Good morning, afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Prominence Crown Cup Season 2. We are here for Valorant, and we are now in the semi-finals. Joining me on the couch, Jaeger. Jaeger, how are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I was a little bit surprised by the start there. I was looking over the screen and I was like, do I pick my nose now? Oh, hello. And well, it's how it is. It's how it goes sometimes. But yeah, this is it's a big opportunity for these guys. It's obviously a grassroots for some new players, new up and coming teams waiting for their start in the basically in the competitive scene. And so this is going to be some of them maybe debuting for the first time on a stream, first time getting casted and being in a tournament. Some of them they have played in a couple before, but collegiate level, not really at this level where they're trying to get into the big boys scene. So that is going to be what we're looking at for today. We have had a couple of teams actually going through this tournament that are basically notable. So GBP, Arcadia Celestials, VXRVS, 717 Monsters, Esports, Nerks, and Big Gaming ID. And actually, four of those we're going to be seeing later on today as well. Our first game, GBP versus Arcadia Celestials. So that is going to be the first thing you get to watch for today. And of course, starting things off on Haven, that's going to be the pick from Arcadia Celestials. And then, of course, we've got Icebox and Ascent as well. So some of the big maps, some of the classic maps, and people are still just staying a little further away from Breeze and Fracture for now. But I'm sure eventually, as a meta starts to develop, we'll see more of those maps coming up.
I love that you mentioned Breeze and Fracture because both these teams throughout this tournament haven't touched either. And you've mentioned we're coming on to Haven. GBP Esports so far has not touched Haven. However, what they have run through the tournament to get here, their first map was 13-6 win on Icebox against me and Du Bois. Second match 13-10 on Ascent against Overthinker. 13-5 Ascent versus Vorpal Sword. And then finally, their most recent match that they finished about half an hour ago, so they've had a little bit of a break to kind of calm their nerves, was 13-7 on split against Team Solidate. So far there hasn't really been too much of a close call except for Overthinker on Ascent. Relatively speaking, they've been doing pretty comfortable throughout their way through the bracket. And over on their opponents, you've got Arcadia Celestials. They've made their way here into the semi-finals, 13-7 against Golden Trash on Bind against OK, 13-1. Oh, that would have been a fun game for them. I feel a little bit sorry for OK. We've all been there. It's not not something you love, but you mentioned we're all here to get experience, and some of these times it's their first time getting here. Their third match, 13-8 on Icebox against Non-Krong Killat Midas, and then finally their last game. The reason why we're a little bit, a couple minutes running late, 15-13 on Haven against VXRV. That would have been a cracking match.
Yeah, that's a hard fought victory there.
Oh yeah.
Actually, between these two teams, GVP is probably the one with the most experience. They were in a one-tap tournament where they were in Asrai's tournament. He's a shoutcaster. He runs his own, and now they're getting a chance thanks to Prominence. So big thank you to Prominence again for the Prominence Crown Cup Season 2. But yeah, GVP Esports. We have no idea what GVP stands for. You can't find it on their page. I tried asking the players. I'm pretty sure two of them don't know, and the other three kept it a secret. It doesn't mean Great British Pound. I know that much. So perhaps we'll solve that little mystery as this game goes along. But so far, they have held that currency up pretty well for themselves, and they are looking good going into these finals as well. And as you said, as you've seen them go through all these games, it's not been gigantic stomps, but it has been convincing victories, as opposed to Arcadia Celestials, which had to fight for it a little bit more. Later on, of course, we'll have two Indonesian teams. Somehow it's ended up two Philippine teams going head to head, and then two Indonesian teams going head to head. So it's like only one nationality for each of these brackets can move forward.
Got to represent your countries that will be
Yeah.
coming into those grand finals. And, you want to take out your opposing, players. You want to be like, okay, we've met before. We've probably seen you in pubs. We've seen you in other competitive games. But, this is when it matters. Because guess what? We're about to go into our first map. Things are about to get underway. And whew, I am looking forward to this one, Jaeger.
So it's also going to be a little bit new for me. Analysis plus observing, and of course with you as well. And sounds like, yeah, you're right. They are good to go. And we're good to go. So we'll be jumping into the game and we'll be going into the agent select as well and seeing who they're going to be running with.
Select your agent.
Finished on, and it is nice to see a couple of these teams switching things up and trying the new metas for a change. And so some of the more successful later editions when it comes to agent picks, generally it is the Sky and it is the Astra, but seeing Chamber coming out, it's always a nice little pick. Neon, it would be nice to see her come out, but I think she hasn't settled into the meta quite yet. She has a lot of use, but I'm not sure. I feel like the movement isn't quite there to be convincing, like, if you're going to be picking a Jet instead. I feel like if you're going to have a Chamber on the team, you can go for a Neon instead. But they've not gone for that. They've gone for the Jet. They've gone for the Chamber duo. And that could mean the double operate, although that's very rare when it comes to Valorant, especially at this level.
That is true, but I know in the Oceanic region, because that's where I'm from, and that's where I got a lot of my experience, in our scene, we see a lot of that Chamber and Jet work, especially on Haven, because it is so frightening to know that C is probably locked down, A is locked down, always when those two heroes are on the field, and then occasionally, more than likely, your Jet will be keeping an eye on top of generators looking down towards your windows, and you just feel constrained and locked in, and you're forcibly having to use these utility to get yourself onto these sites. And once you start to use them and you don't actually push anything because there's counter utility used, you've lost your utility and again, you're back to square one. So it's a very scary combination that it can offer, but my favorite agent, which has been selected, is the Sky. She is so unbelievably strong right now. Those flashes are such a pain to deal with. You can delay the flashes, which usually throws off your opponent. They'll look away as soon as that bird comes around the corner. You delay it, you pop it, you're now in on sight because, well, they see nothing.
I mean, yeah, I love that as well about Sky, because you're not only taking away from your enemies using those flashes, you're also getting information. You've got a Trailblazer and you've got the flash popping off telling you you've just blinded someone, and that is super valuable information. As you said, locking down the A site, locking down the C site, then you got those flashes going into B, one of the sites that can be very difficult to hold on to when you're on the attacker side. Having those flashes will be very useful to you, so hopefully if they are forced to just stick to these B sites, hopefully they've got the utility to defend it well.
Man, they're not wasting any time as they start making their way down mid, already pushing a little bit of fire coming on to them, trying to fight one. Nice little black hole, but it's not going to catch anyone in rival with the shock darts because they were hoping to grab some there. And a quick decide they're going to change into Garage while leaving Cortez to keep up the rear, making sure no one's coming to rotate. And instantly, the opponents have already started to rotate around, get into the B site, but they're going to slowly move back onto a default defense because they got no more information where our opponents are. And Aini, well, he's about to spot that one out. He peeks around the corner. He doesn't find any agents though. He just finds himself a turret.
That does dictate the start of the push into the B site, it seems. As smokes on both sides, spike's starting to go down, and now it's going to have to be the full retake, but so many players alive, and Sal's already found the first.
Oh, and that's the way you want to start it, but the spike is down, so it's going to be a little bit of a favor of the attackers. They can fire on through. They got black holes. They've got the cover. Nice little flash, just slowing it down even further. York making sure no one gets onto that spike. And beautiful shotgun gets one. The dash comes on through. Nugget's going to be able to get one. But now, the offense are now pushing all the way in. They're showing their muscle. The defense tries to come on out and tries to protect themselves. But as soon as that happened, City was said, nope, we are done here, my friends, and we're going to clean up round number 1.
Post plan in that B site can be so stressful just because there's so many bodies being thrown at that site on those retakes. You need a lot more map control than what we saw there from our defenders. So I think perhaps taking a little bit more. I mean, these Sentinels, they can be, you saw there was a turret sitting, waiting in case someone tried to push out a garage, but there was nothing really watching over on A site. They did have an alarm bot, and the C site as well, if they could have split maybe. But that B site, it can be easier to retake, but I don't think they had enough to work with there. And a missed shot with the Sheriff goes in for a repeat. Oh, you're playing with fire though, and now you're stuck in a very difficult position.
I'm gonna be right back. My alarms are going off. Sorry about this.
There you go. City and York both finding kills each as they push into the site, and it should be a textbook round, but Tao finds a double kill with the Sheriff, and now Aini on a big flank, and they already know where he's coming from. The alarm bot caught him, and that is going to be the second round. And well played there as well, as they do lose 2 players in the process, but City has not yet died, and now they have a bonus round. And because of the money they spent in that last round, Tao and friends going to be having to walk on half armor for this round.
I'm sorry about that. I just had some fire alarms decide to tell me that things are going crazy in my house. I think I might have a faulty fire alarm.
Oh, you know what? We couldn't hear it, so it's
good.
okay on our side at least.
I bet my neighbors will be happy with me though. As we return, and a lot of damage now done to Jepachi. He's going to have to retreat. He's got no one to heal that one up. So he's going to be quite damaged for the rest of this round. You're not going to be seeing him going first anytime soon.
Blocking vision, obscuring vision.
Like he does avoid the flash. He hears the updraft. He's got a bit of information to work with, but that is not even going to be the first confirmed kill. York using the blade by Butterfly.
That's what you're going to absolutely love. He's still got a few more daggers. He's going to get rid of them. He doesn't care about it anymore. Doesn't feel safe with it. Pulls out the Vandal. He hears the drone. So he wants to switch that weapon so he can make sure to deal with his opponents. And he's going to get tagged up. He doesn't get pushed, however, so a little bit unfortunate there. GPP not pushing on in and using their knowledge to their advantage. Great concussion. Are they going to move on in? They try to, but they just get absolutely shot down by Acacia. They're very hard to deal with at the moment. This was a buy round, and Arcadia Celestials, well, they have shot this one down. It's going to put GPP on an economy probably for the next 2 rounds.
Oh, it's a nice little headshot, but that's not going to be enough. City as well, being very, very consistent from the get-go. And that's what you want to see. You want to hit the ground running and make sure you're stringing together those rounds, winning the bonus, resetting the economy once again, and now with plenty of bank left over to, just in case they do lose a round from the back of a Thrifty or what else that may come out from GBP, they'll have plenty to buy up on the next round. So perhaps emphasis over towards the A or B side. They should know that the money is broken on the side of GBP, so they should be taking the long-range fights as much as possible.
That is a completely legitimate strategy. That it already looks to be coming underway as they're holding on, hoping their opponent comes to them. Except Nergaz is going to make it, but he's going to find himself a kill. You don't usually see such an aggressive Spectre push on this eco-style round. You'd may have suspected these really tight, close angles, so he will catch one off guard, and that is a start. He, however, didn't get the weapon recovery. It was locked down from a few of those opponents, but, well, you'll take those where you can get them.
Oh, I know he's playing a dangerous game as well. He's pushed all the way up, and all the timing on that. And as soon as App City starts trying to pull the the celestial form, I think he just noticed him in the corner of his eye.
That would have been disastrous, but GPP are not going to get away with that one, unfortunately. But they've quickly rotated over to the C. They suspect something's up. They're leaving one towards B. So now the rest of the team is about to come on in. Flat comes out. They don't get anyone, but they're going to get a good kill on Obsidian, making sure Sal's not going to look down that any further. There's still a Slatham, though. He can't find his shots. I feel like GPP are about to lose all their last remaining members because that Astral Divide is in an awful spot for GPP. GBP. Oh my, I'm gonna get that mixed up so much.
Great British pound.
Concealment.
Every time.
I'll try and keep that one in mind. It should be able to bring me into it. We're going to see probably a slow withering down of GBP at the moment. I don't feel like they have enough to be able to find 4 more kills, especially of their opponents. Yeah, we're just hoping Butterfly can find himself an exit frag, remove some weapons from his opponents, but that's all he's going to do. And unfortunately, he misses those shots of himself. He's going to be a little bit sad about that one because it looked like he had the initial timing and the swing, just unable to land the headshot.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of these situations come down to aim duels, unfortunately. And, I mean, all the utility that's coming out of Arcadia right now is looking really good. And, of course, this is their map pick, so this is the one they're feeling most confident on. And perhaps they've been practicing, perhaps they've got some strats put in place. And GBP, they call for the pause. They're not happy about the current situation they're in. They want to start getting some rounds on the board. Meanwhile, you can see a couple of tags coming all over the place from Arcadia. Perhaps want to go over towards the A site. But the rest of our defenders, GBP, they're just going to go for their default holds. And let's see how this defense goes. Operator in the hands of the chamber as well. And he's going to be holding, looks like, towards C and Garage.
I guess a question for you is, do you feel like Chambers should ever be purchasing operators? I mean, in my opinion, I feel like it should be over towards the Jet if you can afford one because of that mobility. Chamber, what are your thoughts?
I mean, you get one teleport out of position, but even that sometimes isn't fast enough to get you out of those difficult situations. And yeah, I reckon you stay on the rifle. You can pick up your ult whenever you need it, but it should be on the Jet. You're absolutely right.
I feel like it's just such a huge investment for a chamber. I mean, at 7 ultimate, you do get one of your own, but you're spending all this money. He's going to be up towards mid, though. He quickly rotates out, and, well, there goes that teleporter he was speaking about. No more rendezvous left for him, as he now locks down B, as we're going to be seeing that GPB will be having to try and do a defense onto the A site as Arcadia. Well, they are going to put some aggression here. Rengar swings around the corner. Beautiful kill onto Jepachi. Voids the flash. Voids any damage to him. Retreats to a safe location. And, well, that's the way you want to start your round. It looks like they could be putting their #1 round win on the board very shortly.
Love to see it. He hears the drone coming in, the owl drone, and so he thinks, you know what? Flash here, breach. I'm going to peek this. And securing that first kill, very important. The fact that they've just lost their heals as well. They've lost an initiator. They've got no flashes left. And that's going to make things much more difficult when it comes to entering the sites.
And they're going to be going down to the sea, which is notoriously hard here on Haven because of a huge, long distance to be able to get up there. And Butterfly, he's going to be able to find that. There's going to be at least 2 coming his way very shortly.
30
Trying
seconds
to get
left.
prepared. He's going to start throwing out some dazzling effects. He's going to be able to help. He gets one from on Kizu, gets a second on Yort. He's looking for more, but he finally gets shut down, but he's already done the damage. Arcadia, they're going to have to find 2 more here to even it up. 4 more to take the round. They are on point. They're going to get prepared to put the site down. Now the retake comes on in, and he teaches us wrong. He's going to show us why he picks up the operator, gets the double, and, well, that's the way you want to get your first on the round. You minimize losses, get all the kills.
he'd hear us. And I was like, I heard what you were saying. Watch me get this double kill on the re-entry. Like, that's another thing, isn't it? He's not even holding towards C long where you expect the operator to be. He's holding in garage and he's rotating from the B site as well. And he went for a retake with that operator. That it takes confidence, I have to say. So
He couldn't have made it any harder for himself.
He still managed it. Double kill on the re-entry. Always nice to see.
And I mean, he's prepared himself for getting close to his ultimate. If he dies here, well, he's now got the tour de force, and he's got himself an operator again the next round. So at least 2 more rounds, he'll be holding strong with that operator, putting a lot of pressure onto his opponents. And you can see their opponents have slowed things down a bit. They've split up across the map. Arcadia, not so confident in this round as they're going to slow things down to regain a little bit of their composure, as Depachi is on the hunt.
They don't get too much map control, do they? They lose a lot of the map control at the very start, and then they have to sort of commit to one site. But they have been doing a very good job of prepping the site and then taking it really well. But as soon as it comes to that retake scenario, if there are enough members left alive on the side of GBP,
You should
they've
run.
shown that they can do it.
I think Nagaz was avoided by the drone. He might be able to sneak in here and potentially find himself a kill very shortly. That's what he does, but he doesn't find it. He gets shut down as he makes his way down into sewers. With the lockdown, he had to try and make something happen because he was going to be detained. One member did get detained all the way over the B site. It's not going to be any real effect here, but that does mean it's a free plant. And now you've got into position, prepared for the retake coming from your opponents.
Revealing area.
Butterfly. This could be a huge lurk, or it could be an absolute disaster. And, well, position already given away, but missed shots! Oh my goodness! That's so unfortunate.
He was right there. The little bit of knockback thanks to that silver ult, keeping him alive. And now Sal making waves through the opponents with Ionix backing him up. He's got 2. They need to find 2 more though. A little bit of damage on Ionix, but he's still holding strong. He jumps on down. He switches, but they will run away. They decide it's not worth it to secure the weapons to get on out, fight another day.
Just left way too little time for themselves in the retake.
He was right there. The little bit of knockback thanks to that silver ult, keeping him alive. And now Sal making waves through the opponents with Ionix backing him up. He's got 2. They need to find 2
Right
more
there.
though. A little bit of damage on Ionix, but he's still holding strong. He jumps on down. He switches. but
Defending
they
3 sites
will.
can
So
be
unfortunate.
very difficult.
That's for sure. And on Haven, a little bit of a fun fact, it is a 51.5% win rate in Southeast Asia. So there is a little bit more of a bias to the attackers and the strength of them. So you're trying to pick up as many as that as you said. And well, the defenders, they're not taking any time in this map. They're getting so aggressive. Unfortunately, it did not work out.
Being anticipating that kind of a push at the very start. He's consistently been trying to get those kills at the very start of the round, just give them that advantage early on, because they've been able to convert that one round that they did manage to get. But since then, they've been playing together in response, Arcadia, and trying to keep themselves not at a disadvantage, but as much as possible, making sure they're not going in lacking numbers. So yeah, at a disadvantage.
And you pointed out before with Arcadia, they really take their time, they don't get their map position, and we're seeing it again here, coming up to Garage. They've got very little that they can do to really control this, but they do throw out the drone, they do throw out the smoke, and they're now coming on in trying to look down into the sea. They're going to be locked down by Aini though. Aini gets 1, and he's going to be looking for more as the jet has popped on up. He's going to be looking at fighting, and Sal is not going to let that happen any further. And now Arcadia have decided, well, they gain nothing over in B Garage.
30 seconds
Just go
left.
up to B, and again, they don't really have that utility. It's effective, and they're going to be looking at going on here. Sal's going to be swinging. Sal's going to use the help of that black hole. Almost finds himself
Enemy
1.
remaining.
He does find himself 1. He's looking for his 3rd, and he gets it. Sal, in 2 rounds, picks up 5 kills.
Well played. Sal is playing a very big piece here. Sal actually is one of the players.
They're going to be looking at going on here. Sal's going to be swinging. Sal's going to use the help of that black hole. Almost finds himself 1. He does find himself 1. He's looking for his 3rd,
Against
and he gets it.
Listen.
Sal, in 2 rounds, picks. Now, Cuddy decided.
You know, he wasn't in Virtus, but
Right there.
sorry, Veritas, not Virtus. But Sao has played against a couple of professional players in the Philippine scene, and so he does have that experience under his belt, and maybe that's why he's sitting in that initiation role. It can be a hard role to play, and does require a good amount of research as well. And he has been doing a very good job of assisting his teammates and being that team player that they need him to be.
You can hear Ayani just firing off down the middle. He's given some warning shots to his opponent saying, if you come into my sightlines, you are done and dusted. He's done it multiple times. He's looking for it again. I believe this is Le Tour de Force. I don't think he's got himself an operator. No, he doesn't. So he's got a few shots. He needs to make all of them count here. As Arcadia, they're looking for it. He falls off though. He's going to retreat and maybe relocate to a new location. Oh, no, he's back on up. What am I talking about? I don't know things.
It was. I wonder. I'm guessing that wasn't a planned drop, but this flash. Oh, there was an opportunity and missed shots. He can't teleport away either because he had to waste it going back up there. That's so unfortunate, and that ult doesn't find anything.
No charges left.
What a beautiful black hole to pull him on in and get him trapped up the top of it. They pull him up, they move on the side. Unfortunately, Statham is going to shut down York before he can make any momentum and create the side. After the divide comes on up, Sal gets it before the divide has been prepared. The defense have locked down this site, and now over here, the Butterfly says, thank you very much. I'm going to grab my first double of the game and put myself a little bit higher on those scoreboards. 3-5, as we're going to see GBP slowly pull their way back into this.
Despite Ani's best efforts there, it's his teammates that really come through for him in that retake, and I think they have noticed that their retakes have been very successful. They are holding back, but they're not waiting so long before retaking. They're putting utility in all the right places, and they're pushing back with all the right force and all the right pacing as well. So that's now becoming a bit of an issue for Arcadia, who they are getting the site, but they actually didn't even manage to get a plant down. It was a fast rotate from GBP, so perhaps they can take advantage of these fast rotates, try and fake them towards a site, and leave one a little bit more vulnerable.
Speaking of vulnerable, Nagas is going to be making sure anyone that comes through A is going to see the scopes of that operator. He swings around, he doesn't find the kill though. He's going for a re-peek. He's still hoping someone comes into his sightlines. It's not going to be the case. He's playing very aggressive here. There we go. He does decide to back off. Playing so close, that smoke is almost guaranteed that you're going to be losing that very shortly. Snapham's going to lock into the corner. He's got nowhere to go. Nagas is there. He does find himself one. He was unlucky there not to get a collateral. It looked like they were all lined up for him. And somehow they survive. Will they survive a second time? Well, they're all looking. Nagas is still trying to lock this one down. He's now got backup appearing onto the site. The Sao coming here to help him out. This is looking harder and harder for Arcadia to break this hold.
Oh, you're a brave boy, but there's the flash, and there's the teamwork they needed. Well played there by Sao to assist.
30 seconds left.
You couldn't ask for anything more perfect than that. 3 members lined up going down the sewers with a beautiful flash over the top. City's now trying to set it up, getting some smoke set up. Japachi was hoping for a flash. The flash did not land. That is all. He'll fall down. He doesn't get any capitalization. And, well, that's a fairly nice round there for GBP. They're going to take that one. They're clawing all these rounds back. They're on a 3-round spree at the moment as their opponents now go into an eco.
That's a good spot.
Fast rotates. They seem to be the answer, GBP. They've already put themselves within 1-round distance. And yeah, I mean, if they can keep that up, if they can just keep getting into the position as quickly as possible to shut down the push, because they just Arcadia have not been faking. They've not been making too much noise in different positions. It's just been straight up. Okay, let's just push this site. We'll just push slowly, and then we'll take it as quickly as we can. It gives so much time for the rotate to come in.
Yeah, and I think another thing that allows GBP to be more confident on their defensive rotates, because if they're not being toyed with, then it's like, okay, we'll commit almost completely to the site, and instead of the attackers having the numbers advantage, it's almost equal every time that Arcadia arrives on site.
Teleport's ready.
I have the spike.
This time they're a little bit more spread out, and they have
Right there.
a couple of upgraded pistols, so it's not really the most ideal time to be too far away from each other. It looks like I thought they were gonna go for some map control, and I was like, oh, randomly, but they got the
Obscuring
pistols,
vision.
really?
Yeah.
But this time around. Looks like they're just going to try and commit to this C site. They do have Sova watching just in case anyone tries to push out and flank from the garage, but it's going to be Yort. It's all going to be Yort. Out comes the flash and dash in, and we'll find one, and their jetpack is a great shot onto Amy as well, but Yort
You are
is
divided.
actually taking the site, and that's a long way for a retake. Weapons salvage, low HP for Yort.
I can't believe he actually got away with that. It was a beautiful flash and dash, and he found himself one very quickly. He couldn't quite find the second one, but he managed to find one just sitting off to his side with a beautiful headshot without dying on very little hit points there. I almost felt it should be gone. The Sova's very aggressive over at B side here, coming up from behind. The defuse is starting to stick. They find themselves
Last
one
player
tick, and
standing.
that gives them 4 seconds off the clock that they can play with if it comes back down to it. And guys, standing out there, he's faking. He doesn't fake any longer. And Absidy is not going to deal with that. He shoots on through, finds the kill, and attackers finally stem the bleeding with the consecutive round loss.
Careful here. Careful here.
Pause for
Right
the
there.
attacking side, because that was a victory for them, and perhaps have realized they have to play a little bit more
Careful, on my
explosively. If
way.
they're not going to take the map control,
Careful here.
just get into position as quickly
On
as
my
you
way.
can and force the issue. Otherwise, you leave too much time for the rotate, and it becomes way too difficult to take those sides.
And I just want to have a little bit of a point out. Sal absolutely smashing the leaderboards at the moment. I was talking about Nangaz and Slatham. In the previous matches throughout this tournament, those two had always been up at the top 3 on the scoreboards. Usually they're always the top 2 on their team. But so far they haven't really been able to get to the position that they want to. It feels like they're not playing as comfortable as they would like. And it kind of shows when they lost a lot of those consecutive rounds at the start from the aggression. But now that they're starting to read their opponents and they get a little bit of an understanding of how the attacking side of Arcadia is, they're really starting to create those positional advantages where they're walking down their opponents and finding these kills. Sal, though, Sal's just a monster. It's a retake. He comes on in and finds many kills. He doesn't really need to think too hard.
That's absolutely right. He's no fear. He knows where to flash for his teammates. He knows where to put each piece of utility, and he makes the space for his teammates and for himself as well.
We're going to see a very aggressive push down here. Gets flashed. He just gets on out. How does he manage to survive that? Almost getting punished by Yort, who's chasing out that operator. He swings very far wide, but he couldn't go any wider because he will be taking down there the operator. And, well, that's the start that GBP needs to kind of halt the momentum. Stop not allowing really any consecutive strength come from their opponents, because now they're going to slow down. They're going to go back into their old ways where they're starting to group up and get prepared to push aside.
I mean, his utility is right here to catch the push in, and that's going to be the first kill secured. But Absidy, great little trade there
Concealment.
for his teammate, and perhaps they commit to C, or they back out and head into the B site. Killjoy's been getting information this entire time, hasn't heard any footsteps going towards B, hasn't spotted anybody, and that could be the indicator to push into the B site. But where is that spike going? Butterfly is going to have a field day if they decide to go C long. Unless he peaks too early, that's the question.
30 seconds
Well, he
left.
hears the noise, he swings, he gets one, he can't find the second, but at least they get a little bit of knowledge. But the Killjoy is still coming up B, completely uncontested, on the lurk, trying to find some more. 20 seconds left. I think this might just be round done, because he's not going to have anywhere near enough time to get to site to plant.
Last player standing.
Oh, what a flick from
10
Slatham
seconds
onto
left.
Cortez. But Plant goes down, they can hear it.
He ran it as fast as he could. He does get there, but can he get away is the question. The shock dart's coming out. And
Oh, no.
Damage. He's down.
Yeah, he just full send, rotates straight into that B site, but unable to really hold on after the fact. 1 versus 3. They play the numbers game really well as well. They don't give 3 individual fights. They use utility first, and then they come with everything else. So it's a great effort coming
Last
from
round before the
Arcadia,
switch.
but GBP, they position themselves well to perhaps equalize this scoreline heading into the second half.
Need a drop.
Speaking about equalizing, we're not going to have equal firepower coming into this round. Japanchi's going to be having to pick up something a little bit weaker, but we have seen Guardians do quite well since the most recent patch. I mean, in the Oceanic region, I've seen eco rounds where people only buy Guardians these days because they're so comfortable with their kind of mechanical capabilities with it. One shot, done and dusted, and that's what Netgas is going to be hoping to get down the bottom here. They tried to do a little bit of a black hole nano swarm shenanigans. Not going to pay off, but it might mean Netgas is a little bit more cautious. What am I talking about? Cautious? That's not in his vocabulary.
I've got your trail.
No fear. To go for a close peek like that, it takes something else. And oh, every form of stunnery under the sun.
That is some hate, as now they're on site, and well, Arcadia, they're prepared for the retake. They've now got the hold of it. There's people coming in from every direction. You've got that chamber coming in from the side. Will he be able to find that kill? Onto the backlines, he does! The spike is down. The attack is starting to become very weak. They're going to have to go back to get that. The Rolling Thunder comes on the site. The dash goes to get. Hope to not get hit. Slatham does get hit by his own teammate. He jumps down into hell, but he challenges it with the help of Butterfly, and all of a sudden, everyone is dead on the Guardians.
Switching sides.
The spike is down. The attack is starting to become very weak. They're going to have to go back to get that. The Rolling Thunder comes on the site. The dash goes to get. Hope to not get hit. Slatham does get hit by his own teammate. He jumps down into hell, but he challenges it with the help of Butterfly, and all of a sudden, everyone is dead on the Guardians. The spike is down.
Enough, it was very difficult to defend. And so, when you lack a bit of that mobility, that may be the problem here as well. They do have plenty of information coming from the Killjoy at long ranges as well, and they do have some good information coming from their Sova and their Sky on their defense. So let's see if that's going to be enough, because I think GUP are looking good for the second half.
It's going to be interesting to see how they take these fights. Are they going to be a quick run and gun kind of team? Which, actually, we're already starting to see here. Obsidian's being swarmed by the opponents. Unfortunately, Netgas is not going to be able to find the kill. The defenders come away, but it's an equal trade so far. The spike falls, but there's not enough numbers here. The defense have to hold off. This will allow the spike going down, the utility to be used. And, well, what can the defenders do here? How well are their retakes? We know how well they stand together on offense. How well can they do that here on defense? And now Arcadia is going to get a little bit of knowledge coming out from that Trailblazer. The swing comes on in. He's not going to be able to find anything as Butterfly's trying his hardest. And what a shot to the head. He's coming over to help his teammate out. And then everyone falls on Arcadia. GPP, such a stronghold here on C.
There, you can see, just because after they'd taken the site, they'd taken all the control on the site they needed to, and the rotates just took too long, and it was just a burst from the start to finish. And I mean, a bunch of them were running along with you saw one sheriff, you saw the frenzy as well. They're fine with whatever weapon they're picking up, and they're built for fast kills. And so, what's the response? A force buy and push straight down mid.
Fast kills, fast round incoming, as now everyone's going down mid to take the challenge to each other. Mid B has lost everything, but the defenders have secured themselves a garage as they're looking at coming on out, checking to see if there's any weapons for their little perusal. If grab anything, they got 3 in mid to have to find to deal with. Shatham here with a Spectre. He's got the little bit of close to mid range, which is where the Spectre excels out. But those ghosts can find a lot of damage. He does have a little bit of armor, so one shot to the head will not kill Slatham thanks to that ghost. He knows one's in window. Can he find the second? He does. They've got all the knowledge. They're going to rotate coming out to the front doors, and now they're going to try and hold this like a great wall of China. They're not going to let anyone come through here. As Cortez tries to break his way in, not going to happen. Can't climb over the wall.
Considering Haven's in like China, that's very appropriate. So 8-6, they have converted their anti-eco round, and that has effectively damaged the economy. Nope, it hasn't. They've got full buy. It's half armor here and there, but how they manage all those specters in the previous round and still manage a proper buy in this round as well. They should be fighting back, and I think GP are aware of the fact that's why they haven't invested too much. They're going to be able to buy on the next round, but this could be a given round over to Arcadia.
Something you mentioned in the first half. Now with these weapons, they need to be holding these long sight lines. You don't want to be taking these close angles because that's where your opponent's going to shine. But now they've already gone onto the B side. They've already claimed it. And now you're going to have to start going into these small engagements. But the damage is still coming through from Arcadia. They do get a lot, but Engas holding that tight angle is going to be able to put himself up 1. He's going to be looking for more. They're going to come on in 3, coming from connected from A. If there's a nice little spray, they all could fall down. Unfortunately, Aiden's not going to be able to offer that. Can Gas do it? He starts firing. He's lost a lot of hit points. He's going to throw out the daggers. He does have an updraft. He does want to go high. He's going to stay low, and he will stay down. Not going to get anything out of that one. Butterfly all alone, hoping to disrupt the spike. But the defuse is going to come on in. He's holding. You know what they say? Those do not fake.
There you go. It does come close though. Imagine that. 1 versus 1 at the very end, but there was a smoke like sat right on top of the spike there, so that was a little bit too much to ask for Butterfly, but a nice attempt nonetheless, and a good amount of damage onto Chrome as well. Look at the guns they're sitting on now. You've got a Spectre, you've got a... Okay, let's change that to an Ares. Kizu, what are you going to pick up? You've got half armor on Jet Patchy and a Bucky in the hands of Obsidian.
I think it was a little bit disappointing. I think they were hoping to come away with more at the end of that round, but they just lost 2 straight at the end to Butterfly, so he sneaks himself a couple, and, well... They're going to try and use that advantage as Obsidian's going to be holding onto a Bucky here. The Astral Divide comes on up. He's going to look to push on through. He sees the Jet going through. He doesn't care. He pushes forward, but they did see him. The Jet, with the corner of his eye, knows that there was some aggression happening. That could have been disastrous, Yango.
Spike planted.
Well, that spike goes down, and now it's going to be the defense all the way down from long. They don't have any smokes really. They do have a couple in the Jet, but without that Astra being alive, this post plan is going to be much more difficult. At least from a retake.
Found them.
Under a little bit of damage down towards that Cubby. Gets a bit of damage done. He might be looking for a second one. He's going to throw out a scan up. That should be shut down. Shouldn't be able to get any information, unfortunately. They're still trying to fight. Slatham trying to reveal. They do get the defuse. The bomb is still ticking. It doesn't have a half tick on it yet. They go for the fake, but the Gas is not going to deal with that. They're holding on. Japachi's going to be a little bit too late. And, well, the Gas is going to go down with the bomb. But you've secured yourself the round. He just, he almost got out. They do get the defuse. The bomb is still ticking. It doesn't have a half tick on it yet. They go for the fake, but the Gas is not going to deal with that. They're holding on. The patch is going to be a little bit too late. And, well, the Gas is going to go down with the bomb. But you've secured
A
yourself
bulldog, although we don't see too many bulldogs
Slatham
recently. I'm not sure if the right-click burst on the bulldog is still doing what it used to. Oh, he has picked up the bulldog. Okay. Fair enough.
Once again, they're listening to us. There's like, oh, well, we talk about one thing, we say they're not going to do it, and then all of a sudden they bring it on to showcase what they can do with it. So it'll be a little bit fun to see what that bulldog can pull off here.
Where are you situated at the moment? Just in case someone pushes through garage. Here we have our Jet making sure no one's pushing down A long.
A very slow style coming from GBP here. I think it's the first time on the offense, 5 rounds in, that we've seen such a slow start, especially from either of these teams. Usually someone is having a peak, someone trying to create something somewhere, but both teams are kind of just waiting for their opponents to play into their hands at the moment.
Oh, that shorty. I'm honestly kind of hoping that they get something done because it can be such a useless weapon sometimes, but sometimes it's amazing. Oh!
Well, you answered the question there. Coach now, the guy's going to be looking on, then he gets revealed, which is going to be a little bit disastrous, but Sal's there to protect him. He cleans up hell before that demon could have
30 seconds
unleashed against Nagas there. And they're going to get the spike plant down. There's 3 remaining members of Arcadia Celestials. And, well, their weapon's not looking too healthy, so it's going to be more than likely the rest of them falling here. Can they find any damage against their opponents? Gonna unfortunately miss out on a little friend walking through connector, but they should get away relatively unscathed, especially with the position in the target.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice try. They tried to crossfire from spawn and from heaven, but it doesn't result in a kill. Oh, no, not even then, as Ngas. 3 kills in that round, and double digits now for GBP.
they're starting to run away with this. They, at the start of the match, fell behind 4 points, but ever since, they've just been consecutively picking up multiple round wins after round wins. And now they're ahead here. It's feeling a little bit uncomfortable for Arcadia Celestials. I don't feel like they were going to be in this position that they are. They seem to have been so confident at the start, but then as soon as things started to go a little bit awry, they're starting to not make the challenges as much as what I believe we saw at the start of the game, and they're kind of letting their opponents dictate the pace of the game. They tried to change it up a little bit in round 2, where they did a very aggressive push through Garage and B site to come out and challenge their opponents. It failed, and since then,
Here.
I don't know, it almost looks like they've run out of steam here on this map.
Have to agree. We're not seeing anything very creative on their defenses. We're not seeing those fast rotates that we want to see, and there's really no resistance when it comes to pushing into the site. It seems to be the first player falls, then no utility follows up on the defense, and then for the retakes, yeah, they've got a couple of utility to work with, but there's so much saved from GVP when they're hitting these sites that they don't really miss out on much. And keep in mind, this is Arcadia's map pick. They were feeling confident going into this. They felt, okay, we can play on this map, this is our choice. But right now the score is saying that perhaps they've picked wrong. No, that's so rude. But it's not the ideal score line at the moment.
No, I think we all know what you mean by that. It's tough for them. Yort's going to be trying to lock down the C long. When that smoke falls, he's going to hope that someone's going to be standing in his crosshairs. And they've tried something a little bit different. You're speaking about them not being too creative. They're trying to stack C side and B leaving A free, but they don't really have that knowledge all over the place to continually give up these sites without knowing where their opponents are, especially when they're playing so defensively. They're not getting the information that they need to be able to be this aggressive. The Trailblazers going to have a little bit of a peek in mid. They find nothing. They might go forward, but the alarm bot has been picked on off. And, well, oh, sorry, not the alarm bot. I think that was KO's rendezvous. I'm not too sure what actually. No, it was his little
eyeball on the floor.
Yeah. So that does go down. It was an alarm bot of sorts. And, well, they tried to do something over at B. Now they're standing back at site. They're afraid again. And GVP are going to use it to their advantage.
30 seconds left.
See that first kill? That's a good little utility there, trying to push him out of the corner. He dodges the first one, but he's happy to take the next one. He dodges the shock dart. He's jumping backwards and forwards. He's pretending this is Dark Souls. But unfortunately, they're all dead. GVP are just consolidating the point with all their bodies, and they take the round win. And it's just something we continue to see at GVP. They're not afraid to use everything in their arsenal, including their own bodies, to take the point or recapture points. It's not something we see come out of Arcadia Celestials.
Now the money is gone, and they're trying to defend from match point, and they're currently at 4 rounds to deficit. It can be made up, but there's so much momentum already under GVP. And they're confident just running towards the A site and go for it. I mean, you've only got Sheriffs to defend with, really. And they can see the money that's had going into this round. Kizu down to 85. That's a big advantage. And there's the ult as well.
What a beautiful rolling stun that's going to land on 2, but Kizu doesn't care. He is stunned up, he still finds a kill, and Yort is still stabbing as well. But everyone is just dead, leaving one lone Cortez to find 3 very, very scary players at the moment as they start to get into a crossfire. When he tries to find one, the swing comes in behind him to protect his teammate, and there's really not much you can do in that situation. When there's 2 coming at you from 2 angles, you're going to be 9 times out of 10 dead on the spot.
Here we are at the finish line
Should I play
for
some stars in
GVP,
this
and half armor for Cortez. That's all he has to work with, and a Phantom. Meanwhile, everyone else, 4 Vandals and 4 sets of full armor. They do have the ult for the Astra and for the Sova as well, so Kizu and Obsidian. They may have some big plays here, but our attacking side have the weapons to work with as well. There's no operators for this defense, so long range fight goes
You want
away
to play?
of our
Let's
attackers. But
play.
Obsidian will find one in exchange for losing their Sky.
There's a lot of ultimates online. We've got the Astral Divide, Lockdown, and also Sober prepared with the Hunter. How will they use it? Will they use it? Cortez managed to find one, and they put themselves up one man on top of the scoreboard. They still have plenty of ultimates to use. There is a Sober ult if the plant does go on down, which Butterfly will happily help protect him if he goes for that plant. But Cortez, he hears the noise, he hears the rotate, and they're going to start calling members over. He does not go in alone. He waits for the buddy, and the buddy system is always what you want to do. The
Spike
lockdown goes
planted.
into place. The spike still goes on down though, and we've seen a very aggressive position coming on in. Will they be able to find that Astra? Butterfly gets two, being an absolutely unbelievable, scary location. He trusts in his server to clean up the lockdown. He does, and all of a sudden, GPP, they are on top of it. They've got the man advantage. Butterfly finds three. Can he find the four? Yes, he can, and that, my
Attackers
friend, is
win.
map number 1 in this best of 3.
What a great recovery from. I'm yeah, I'm fine with it. I'm fine with how it was. Like we were both switching between. I think there was a good balance between analysis and play by play from both of us. I think that was fine. Yeah. No, I'm happy to keep it as it was. Yeah. Bro, stop complaining. Good thing you noticed. I wonder how long I would have been sat there waiting. Nice. Welcome back to the Prominence Crown Cup. My name is Jaeger, joined by D-Swole, and we're going into our second game for the day after GBP took the map pick from Arcadia. Now they're going into their own map pick on Icebox, and we'll be heading straight into the game in just a moment. As soon as the players are ready up, you'll be seeing those agent picks. But first, talking about that first game, we saw a couple of problems for Arcadia. It was a really good job there from GBP. We saw them adapting really well. They were a learning team. I love to see that when they adapt during the game and they can see exactly what they're doing wrong, and they make a little change and it seems to fix everything for them. And then just having that straight couple of wins on their attacker side as well. They were really on top of things. And Arcadia wasn't too much adaptation, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. GBP, they started off a little bit rough. I mean, maybe a little bit of nerves. You've been streamed. Maybe it's a new map, but you're best of 3. You got to think ahead. And then they had a rough 4 rounds. But the thing that they learnt from the 4 rounds, and exactly what you mentioned, learning, is that their opponents really like to kind of group up and ball up as a unit. Sometimes that can work real well against unorganized teams, but GPP, they found this out early. They used this to their advantage, and they quick rotated. So on defense, they were able to pull back the rounds, go 6 and 6, and then on offense, Arcadia Celestials didn't really have anything to answer their opponents with, because GPP just looked like they were powerhousing the point. They didn't wait around. They threw the utility down. Everyone walked in together as a unit, killed everyone, and that was done and dusted. I hope Arcadia has maybe had a moment. We did have that 5-6 minute break where they can just stop, think, and maybe kind of understand where their little gaps of their defense and even offense was.
Yeah, hopefully that'll be the case going into this, because I mean, they don't really have any more chances at this point. You're in the semifinals and you're on your opponent's map pick. You need to be learning as quickly as possible. Make sure you're not giving away any more of those rounds. You can force it into that ascent game, because that's where they want to end up. And Icebox is one of those maps where you can get some heavily one-sided affairs and those huge comebacks as well once things switch over. And when it comes to at least that mental fortitude, when it comes to the comebacks, I think that GVP seem to have it down pat. So Arcadia, they may have lost this first game, but they may have what it takes to bounce back jumping into this second game. So hopefully, as soon as we're in the server and we see those agent picks, I mean, when you're looking at Icebox, those agent picks, what are you looking at? You're looking at a Viper. You need a Viper. Those big maps. You need to have those big walls. It's always nice to see a Sage. We have seen a couple of teams leaning away from the Sage recently, but Sage, when it comes, like, you see a couple of those rounds where they'll put an ice wall up and then put the spike down, and then the enemy Sage will jump in front of it, put their own ice wall up, and then start defusing it on the other side. And sometimes you get cheeky moves like that, and sometimes you get more of a lean towards the Cypher or towards the Killjoy. And the Jet and the Reyna, I feel like they come out quite a lot here as well. Not always the double initiator as required on other maps like Haven and such. So going into Icebox, I think that you should be seeing at least 3.
Annie and Sayo a little bit less so, but they've been playing a lot of Sky, Cypher, as well as Breach. But now coming onto this map, you know that these players can flex, that they can control the map with a lot of different agents. And we're going to see that here with all the agents you mentioned straight off the bat. Your Viper, your Reyna, your Sage. It's a mirror matchup. Who's going to come out on top?
Fine, I will mute my ninja. I have a personal ninja. He takes out targets for me, and it's how I got to this caster point. I took it off the competition.
That was the best way to do it.
Yeah, there you go. So here we are. We have had a couple of DCs as we jump to the server. They'll be straight back in, and we'll be straight into this game. And starting things off on the defending side, Arcadia hoping to get a good strong start one more time. And perhaps this time not lose so much of that steam going towards the end. And it would be a bit of a change up, at least, if we were to see something from GVP starting off, because they do have the momentum coming off that last game. They know they have what it takes to beat them now, and even more so here on their own map pick. And it looks like they are leaning towards that A site as well, but we haven't seen any of the utility be pushed out just yet. We haven't seen the Viper put those walls up or anything else. No revealing your hand too early, so that's what you get from the start. And we're just waiting for the reconnects, as Ngas has reconnected. Aini has to come back as well, and we do seem to have an AFK Sage here as well.
Is it really a Valorant match if we don't get some DCs at the start of a match? I mean, in the Oceanic region, I'm from Australia, and I know that a lot of our times, it's like, you jump on in, it's like, oh, well, there's some people who've DC'd, whether they've crashed or there's been an issue with the server. It's like, I mean, it's not too bad. It's a little bit unfortunate, but I mean, the best thing is I wish there was more games that would have pauses in it. At this stage, your leading tactical shooters of Counter-Strike, Valorant, and CS have pauses. There are some other games out there that do not, which is a little bit rough to deal with when you have issues like this, because you jump into the game and all of a sudden it's 4v3 Halo, or any other style FPS, or even MOBAs at times, that you're just like, what do we do? So it's a roundabout way of saying I'm glad that we have these moderated tools within the game to really facilitate issues.
I mean, it's one of the worst situations, isn't it, when something like that happens at the very start. Sao is the last player to have to reconnect. I remember because you don't get bots in this game, obviously, and so if you're to lose a player, you don't get that second life or anything like that, and you also get that same rule of, because you can't really reconnect in this game regardless. If you take damage and then you get disconnected, you can't. It's not like you can just reset the round type thing. It's you're gonna have to go on with this round type thing. So
Yeah.
even if you don't take damage at the very start, it's Valorant's gonna get there eventually, I'm pretty sure. But right now, a couple of things that they're gonna have to ease into, considering the amount of progress Riot has made, how much they've listened to the audience as well within the first year. It's looking good, I'd say.
Yeah, I mean, Valorant's come so far. The only issue I have personally, and you've probably run into this yourself, is we spectators get hit with so many bugs. There's barely any bugs in the rest of the game, but when it comes to spectators, I can name 5 different bugs that I've come across. But the biggest one that annoys me is when you change rounds, that the entire buttons for every character changes. So if you can see on the map, there's numbers for agents. We can use that to jump between different characters. During a round half swap, that just breaks. And I've seen it in 4 different patches of Valorant. That drives me crazy.
That can be very annoying. You're absolutely right. And because it's like, okay, I'm gonna switch to Kizu now, and the next round I'm gonna switch to Kizu. Oh wait, no, I mean Ngas. I'm gonna switch to Ngas. That's who I'm on. And that's exactly what I meant. So here they are. Looks like everyone is in, and looks like they're all ready to go. Here's another thing that needs to get fixed, that we've been waiting to get fixed as well. There's way too many times you jump into a game and you are hit with packet loss. I'm not sure what causes it, but a quick reconnect seems to fix it. But I wonder why it's there in the first place. What's causing those losses of packets, and why those packets, like having high ping is preferable to having any kind of packet loss. Packet loss you're losing data. Like half your spray just disappears, and a lot of the players have complained about it. So you actually see during the VCT, a lot of them said that they were struggling with packet loss as well, and it's really unfortunate because sometimes it costs them games, it costs them rounds that they should have won, and it's something hopefully that we get fixed soon. Oh, okay, so butterfly.
It's definitely one of the hardest things to fix too, because networking in any game is the most difficult thing to work with. I respect any developer that does networking, because there's so many variables, the cross regions, the cross server connectivity, even in peer-to-peer games, there's just so many variables that can affect anything and everything. I can't remember which FPS game it was. It was an open beta, and if someone, like, I think it was knifed each other at the same time, it caused a network buffer overload and the entire server shut down. It's just like, well, how does that happen? kind of thing. I work with a software team, and I'm glad that I'm not actually on the software team, because bugs drive me crazy. I wouldn't even know where to start to fix all of them.
I mean, I've absolutely no idea when it comes to things like that. I leave it to the professionals, you know, let them do it.
And that's what I love about Riot, though. They're really open with their community. I love Valve. They're my favorite company in the world, but when it comes to CS, they don't talk to you. They don't mention why they change things, and that's one thing I love about Riot, is they really let you know, especially when it comes to the balance changes. League of Legends, they do it fantastic. They let you know the reasoning, they let you know why, and how they're still looking at it in the future. And with Valorant, they've done similar things. Like, okay, we've seen this agent a little bit overtuned. We're going to bring it back. This is our our reasoning. These are statistics we've seen. When they had some of the big cleanup patches, I think it was around 5 to 6 month mark of Valorant, they let us know, hey, this is what we've fixed, this is what we've seen, we've got people working on it. So, considering how the scale of this game, there's barely any actual in-game bugs, and if there is or if there's any issues, right, tell us all about it. I love that.
I've now lost the ability to switch between scenes. I'm sort of just stuck on a blurry screen. Oh, and there I go. So that's unfortunate. Okay, and I'm back. We're all good. That was a little bit scary for a minute, but yeah. Oh, did you see the rework ideas they had for Yoru?
I have not, but I am not surprised.
Yeah, they're big changes. They've got one of the changes is they're gonna have his decoy be straight up just Yoru running into a site instead of just like the footsteps. It's gonna be a clone of him running into the site. And if you shoot it, you get flashed.
Whoa,
That's what
okay.
they've changed about him, and that is gonna be. I can see that being a big issue, and I can see his pick rate going up. But then that begs the question. You know, what about Phoenix? We don't really see Phoenix get picked much, do we? And I'd say Raze has fallen out of pick as well. I mean, we do still see Raze a lot more than both Yoru and Phoenix. I think Phoenix probably more than Yoru. But Raze is getting picked less, Phoenix even less, and Yoru just never picked. But this rework might put him ahead of at least Phoenix and at least Raze. And Neon, I'm not entirely sure when they're going to start using
I
the
think with
Neon.
Raze, there's two very specific maps that you'll pick a Raze on. Bind and generally also Split because the verticality and just the movement capability on those maps. Elsewhere, it's not really as useful anymore, as now we're starting to see B-sides being collapsed upon by GBP. They're going to try and get something over there, but in the middle as well. A huge defensive push coming from Arcadia Celestials. Are they going to find the kill? Sure enough, they do. But they're now going to start pinchering GDP.
Oh, Cortez cornered in the back end. Oh, Butterfly, he had to peek 3 players by himself, but good job then. They don't actually have to commit to this B site. They can go straight over towards A, and that's exactly what they're going to do. City can hear those footsteps coming through, and there's going to be the rotate coming from mid as well. And Ngas, oh, he's spotted the Viper. He's just going to sneak his way behind him, and a couple of missed shots, but it's okay. No one was watching. I wasn't focusing on you. I was.
Oh, it seems to be the case. You look back at the VOD, and the only time you miss shots is when the observers are watching you. You're like, oh, bringing the good old caster's curse to live action there is now they're going to be coming on into point with Departure,
Last
hoping to
player
find some
standing.
kills, but Sal, always so strong in these mechanical fights. This time you're going to take the advantage of it, which is what you want to see, but he's run out of bullets, he runs out of life, and the first round going GPP.
Continuing on their success from that first game, and that is not how Arcadia wanted to start things on this second game. They wanted to start feeling a little more confident, and that's not going to help too much, but hopefully they're still looking to try and bounce back as soon as they get those weapons out. And the buy for this round, they got 2 Ghosts and 3 Spectres. It's not a huge investment, although Satham and Ngas, they keep around 2-1-1-9. South Butterfly and Aney use everything they had.
Speed is unparalleled at the moment as they're starting to storm onto site. They've got the weaponry, they're feeling confident. The Rain of Lear throws around the corner, secures them a little bit of spot, the wall will go up, and that is a guaranteed spike plant. Thanks to the Sage. That's what you expect to see. The drone almost going to create an opening find, one for the smoke. Not going to be the case, they're going to slow things down a bit. Yort has got himself a Marshall though, so we saw a little bit of a buy here, which they're feeling like they can try and catch their opponents off guard, but so far it's not working. He does get one shot, he misses the second, but he finally gets it with a nice little no-scope coming on there as Cortez is trying to get up the front. Kizu finds out that bow and arrow is not as strong as a weapon. He'll get shot down. He's still trying to fight this one. He misses more shot, but he eventually goes on down, leaving Cortez all alone with a dream, but the dream gets crushed.
Actually only manage 1 kill in that round and actually keep 4 players alive for themselves there in GVP. But it was very, very close. I think Viper was on like 5 left remaining and everyone was just in the red. But that was a good defense and the investment didn't turn out quite like they had hoped, but they do have a buy on this round as well. So, half armor for Jet Patchy and for Yort. They'll have, well, they'll have a little less to work with, but still more to work with than GBP do right now, because it's still the Spectres, it's still that bonus round. It's a close range weapons, and they're going to try and get as close as they can, as quickly as they can. As that Marshall was salvaged, at least to try and compensate for those long range fights they can't really take part in. And actually, they are finding a couple of kills.
It's a resurrection. Straight back around.
Spike
Gets another
down
one. Look
A.
at Cortez. They've killed 4 members so far. Still left remaining is 2, but the resurrection's down. They're still going to be trying to fight this one out as Obsidian's trying to give a little bit of defense to the rear of his
Player
teammate.
standing.
But unfortunately, Kissu goes down. Obsidian unable to find the trade. The smoke comes on flying down.
Spike
Not going to
planted.
be too effective, but Obsidian's a little bit worried. He may have heard. And we've got sound cue going up those ropes. Slatham's going to be holding up top there. It's going to be very, very difficult for this retake. I don't know if he can do this at the moment. He might need to survive to not give away any more weapons, or at least try and stop the opponent picking up weapons. He's going to swing around the corner, still finds no one. Everyone's still finding the rotation, so he doesn't expect. Obsidian gets one! Oh, he almost gets the second, but Ngas comes away victorious.
Getting a little bit of deja vu here, winning their first 3 rounds, including the bonus round on their map pick. I wonder if we're going to get an exact opposite of the first game and a huge comeback from Arcadia.
Yes, I mean, I've seen it before. I'm sure a lot of you at home have also witnessed kind of that phenomenon, and it just feels like it happens. Like you expect it, but then at the same time you don't expect it because it shouldn't happen, but it does. But what's gonna need to start that comeback is Arcadia Celestials need to start getting a little bit of momentum, needs to find a bit more killing than what they're currently getting. They're getting close, but not getting quite there. The gear comes out on top, the walls are there. Oh, the boost is turning to really have been used with the mountain coming up. Ngas was thinking about getting aggressive there, he's shut down pretty quickly. But momentum, it's slow, just Jaeger.
That's gonna be the plan. Cortez.
Spike
Couple of
planted.
oh my goodness! The guts to just switch to utility in the middle of that fight. I don't even. As Jet Patchy on this flank. The hunt begins. We're pushing up real close to this wall and just oh dear! That's unfortunate. That's gonna be a salvage weapon, but they are still low on remaining players left alive. And
Enemy remaining.
slap them. This huge flank on the retake has done a very good job. I got confused. I was like, wait a minute, how are they retaking this? It's like they lost all that map control and then they found it all back.
And it was almost so close, being so perfect there for Arcadia. They got Yort protected his ally with the dagger. He called it, he pulled out the utility in the middle of the fight, and then the dagger comes through, keeping him alive. And then they had the numbers advantage. Little rotate coming up from behind, killing out the Viper who was getting prepared for some utility. But that wall, the wall was misplaced. It left an opening against the wall, which means the players of GPP just collapsed from both sides, and there's nothing that Arcadia can do about it. And they've already found themselves a kill 5 seconds into this next round.
Izu went straight up to kitchen, hoping to perhaps find something back. Yort has found one in response.
Spike planted.
Oh! Just runs out of ammo at the very end there, it seems.
Player standing.
Oh, watch out! Where can he even go? He just looks left and right. He's like, I accept my fate. This is what it is.
Since Ngas walked past the drone, he's just like, oh no. He just knew he couldn't do much from there on out. And that's the aggression of Ngas, and we're starting to see him really come shining through. I talked about it on the top of the series. He was someone to keep an eye on because he usually top scores. He started off very slow last map. For this map, all guns are blazing.
What a great start. 5-0. And I mean, they've converted a bonus round. They've converted a round that looked a little bit sketchy. And normally it's those kind of thrifty rounds usually go the other way. But Yort caught out in the middle of no man's land, and Obsidian just has to back away as bullets come through and down to 20 HP. But that was from a little bit of the decay. So that wasn't helping at all. And they already have full control of this beast. Like, look how far everyone else is.
They have managed to find 2 kills at the back end. Arcadia's picked up 2. They're gonna start slowly collapsing on their
planted.
opponent. There's already a single Sova boy ready to deal with this, but can Butterfly do it? Or will he get taken down from these 2 players coming in? Snapper still finding more kills, and Japachi does clean it up, giving them a little bit of an opening to start moving on in. Cortez now finally reloading, getting some ammo back into his
Player
Vandal,
standing.
unable to find the shots though. Sal picks up 2. He's always good for it, leaving Kizu all alone, and unfortunately he's got a Marshal and 18 hit points.
Yo, nice shot there from Sao. He finds all 3, and whenever it comes down to it, it's like even on the rounds where they lose all these players, it seems to be on the thrifty rounds as well. On these particular rounds, it always ends up being 2 players left alive at GVP, and they just seem to be able to do it. 6-0 already, and Arcadia are not going to be happy about that. They remember the first score, 6-6 at the halftime was as far as they let it get, and here they don't want this to progress anymore. So long for the pause. I always like when a team calls a little bit earlier on that 4th or 5th round, when you can still get that advantage back. But calling it now, at least better late than never.
One thing we're kind of seeing here is, you mentioned that there's 2 members left on site at the end of the map for GPP. This is kind of given an indication that Arcadia Celestials don't really have any strength on these retakes, whether it's not their utilities being used correctly. We have seen the wall being used a little bit incorrectly. We're not really seeing the Viper walls zone on out, so you can get a little bit more vision and rotation onto these sites on the retakes. I feel like they're trying to fight 1-to-1, you know, like no one needs to use abilities and see how well we can go, but they just don't feel like they have the mechanical skills there, because you're seeing players like Slavil, Nengas just absolutely demolish you. Like, we haven't mentioned him yet, but he's 11-1, 6 rounds. He's almost picking up 2 kills a round, and he's only died once.
That's a crazy stat. 11-1 KD. Nice to see. As Absidy has used the Viper's pit in the A side, Butterfly is going to find Jetpatchy and maybe a little bit scared to push into them. You can see the spraying all over the place. They know what a difficulty this can be to work around. Perhaps they rotate over towards the B side. They don't really have to stay here. Now you can actually see it on the mini-map. They are starting to make their way back towards their own spawn. That being said, Engas still hanging around. There's the res, and is it 5 versus 5 with ult available for both these Vipers.
Looks like GPP don't want to deal with this any further. I mean, once we start seeing that utility come on out, the ultimate I should say from the Viper, it kind of showed that, hey, we've got control of this area, we're using our utility to lock you down. And that's where they find their first kill, forcing that resurrection to come on out. And this is what they need to do. They need more effective utilization of their utility. This time, they're going to rely on Yort. He picks up one. Slather was not keeping an eye at the background with Cortez, now finding himself one.
30 seconds
this
left.
is looking like the best chance we're going to see
Here.
Arcadia Celestials find themselves around here.
Poison's off.
20 seconds left. They've left themselves no time. Look at this crossfire as well. It's a little bit more favored towards Jetpatchy because Absidy, he's going to get seen first. With the 12 seconds left, it doesn't really matter.
10
They're going to have to
seconds
run
left.
straight into this. And do they just save at this point? I mean, they don't really have any choice at this point. Yeah, that's going to be it. 1 and 6 on the board. And Arcadia on the scoreboard. Nice to see.
And they didn't lose much in this round. It's really what you needed to hold on to. They lost maybe a tiny bit of armor. Rebuy that for 1,000. Sure, no worries. You still have your full weapons. Pick up some more utility. Even a ton of utility wasn't even used. So it's going to at least put them economically nice for at least the next potentially 2 rounds, which is going to put a little bit of hurt onto their opponents. But what they need to do here is if they can break their opponent 1, potentially 2 more times, their opponent's going to be back onto the back foot, onto the eco, and then things are going to start looking nice. And we still can see that 6-6 scoreline.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Yeah, that we could definitely see it if they can build on that success. The operator was a huge lockdown on the B side, and ult was a big slowdown on the A side. But that's not ideal. But this could be, as looking to finish off a kill. Sao goes down, and that's a big kill to find Engas down as well. But Slatham still alive and the one to be worried about. They have used their own Viper's Pit onto the side. Slapped him as soon as he pokes his head out. Spotted by Cortez, giving them the man advantage. And not committing to the plant. 7 bullets left, Cortez.
He's on the hunt. There's still 2 left on site. Ken, Butterfly, and Aini. They hold it just a little bit longer and make sure that they can secure this one for their team. They still haven't got that plant down. They're thinking about it. They're trying to find an opening as now Cortez goes on in, but he didn't have the support of any of the allies. Did he make the call himself? Did he get told to go on in? He's going to die. Another one-on-one challenge, and there goes Jules.
Spike planted.
This is not what you need to do. You have the man advantage. Work together. Taking these one-on-one challenges is going to leave you in the dust, and I can't really see much happening here. I think this could be the end of the round, and GPP picking up their 7th.
Oh, you underestimate. You just saw 2 1v1 opportunities, but they may get the very same in response from GPP, but Aini is really letting this run down low, and down goes the pit. Oh, spotted the gun there. Surely Aini jumping down, but not going to be enough to work with as Absidy wins that fight. Wins the second fight, but there's just no time left. And there it was again, 2 individual fights, but he can't really account for the 6th man, time.
And time will get you every single... Well, time! I couldn't think of another word. I'm like, it's just gotta be time. And, well, I think that's a big issue that Celestials, they need to kind of decide. They need to communicate. Maybe their communication's falling down a bit, because I have no idea why Cortez suddenly decided to jump down like Bruce Willis and decided that he was going to try and take his opponents on. It's not going to happen because you've got no vision, you've got no way of knowing where your enemies are. There's no sofa, there's nothing. And at least he's going to open this up with one. He gets himself a second. So he's found the trade that he needs in Absidy. Trying to get away before he dies. But, well, there's 3 members. They swing him, he goes down.
Oh! That is a very risky move. You can see exactly why Ngas shut down immediately, because you do have a little time parameter before your weapon is ready to use again. So that does leave them in the 2 versus 3, but this worked out just fine for them last time. I don't see why it would this time around. As Aini going to be using the snake spike. Cortez going to find one. Has to find another one though. That is going to be the 2nd point on the board for Arcadia. And going to be a little bit delayed by the snake spike, but not so much that they run out of time this time around. So they've beaten time as well. The first to do it in the history of the world.
It is over. Well, what's wonderful is Cortez now has that resurrection online. He's top scoring for his team. He's starting to pull them along. And with that resurrection, they've now got a 6th man online. Unfortunately, Sal does not have that capability himself. He's still trying to charge along to get to his 2nd resurrection of the match. They might not get there for a little while, but this is starting to give a little bit of a glimpse into what Arcadia Celestials can do and what they can start to pull back from their opponents. But is it a little too little? Oh, sorry. Is it too little, too late here in the first half, though?
Revealing area.
It's never too late. Just a little bit of copium and you're good to go. As Yort pushes straight down mid, misses the shot. Sao does not miss those though.
Yeah, he's 2 away. He's 1 away from resurrection. He's going to not get that kill. Nice little dismiss to retreat out of that. One of the benefits to Arena. You can take those fights and retreat safely. Unfortunately, though, he's only got 20 support. He's going to be trying to find nothing good. As nothing's going to slowly work against that wall. The additional help coming in from Absidy is going to be a little bit late here in Japachi.
Spike planted.
He's getting himself into a nice location. He's going to start healing on up. He's now up to full hit points again. A little bit of armor. But this is where you now need it. The tides are turning. He throws out the lead. He still hasn't found that kill yet. Throws out the second one. He needs that help from Absidy. Absidy does get there, but a little bit too late. As time, again, not in their favor. As Absidy is still chasing for the last one. Slatham, though, is a leading kill scorer in this match. He is a lethal weapon all of his own. He's going to put the challenge, and he comes away with it.
Very scary for a moment. He starts to look the other way just in case it went to the other side of Maze, but a good readjustment. You can see there's a little shake in his mouth. Oh, he's there! And you can relate to that panic when they're right in front of you.
Well, the Resurrections, both sides now have that 6th man online with a little bit of additional help from Slatham and that Empress. She's going to be trying to rule the ground.
Stay safe.
So I'm seeing a lot of aggression coming out with that Empress being popped, because it really enables you to just get into the faces of your opponent. Don't be too afraid, because instantly dismiss, get full healed, and then relocate to another angle to take on your opponent's end. Speaking of angle, Yorts is not going to pay off for him.
Toxins going up.
Big kill to find Cortez. He's going to make his way under tube. Meanwhile, Amy clearing out the A site, just casually taking the rope over. And Cortez actually going to Kizu to find Engas. And Jetpack actually making his way through under 2. So 3 versus 4, but this huge flank could be the difference maker.
Poison orb emitting.
They don't expect it. This is going to be big. You see Kizu, he's like, okay, we know you're there. We're not afraid of you. Let's find where the rest of the allies are. And he's still sneaking up. He pulls
One
out the
enemy
dagger,
remaining.
and they've killed everyone. Slatham just knows where every single person is. The resurrection
enemy
using,
remaining.
and he says, "What baby? You wasted your resurrection. We're going to kill you. That's it. That's done. That is round 11 completed, and we are now 9-2.
Last round in the half.
I love that. That was beautiful.
And you need so much clear space to work with, and that is it's situations like that where you really wish you had a cipher or you had a chamber just to alert you that someone is behind you and planning something sinister. They could end this first half in the double digits, and yeah, this could be an attacker side map on occasion, but it can be so difficult to retake when you get to that point, because you only really get those 3 chances left, and with especially if there's a pistol round that doesn't go your way, you're just done.
And then now the Eldra is going to push Yort off the angle. They now know he's going to marshal, so they might be very happy to take the fight, and they do. They just step up into his sightlines. They're not afraid of the marshal, because Yort unfortunately hasn't been able to land the headshot so far in this match. With the marshal, a couple of times he has picked him up. So there's no fear in GPP as they continue to put. Continue to land race off their opponent. This time,
Spike
Bucky!
down A.
Hello, Bucky.
Oh, what? Surely there wasn't enough. I suppose because they're inside the Viper's pit, it doesn't matter how much damage you're doing, because you are slowly but surely getting whittled down. So Butterfly, that's a lot of work to do here. Spots one. There's the Viper goes down. Knows that the safety on the other side, so jumps down with the Viper's pit.
Revealing
And
area.
still not afraid to get the info, but flanked already, and this is going to be a 2 versus 2. And once
30
again,
seconds left.
they have some insane flank in play, but this time they're
One
expecting
enemy
Cortez knows
remaining.
exactly where to look. Spots the hand, and that's going to be it. 10-2. What a dominant half coming in from GBP.
Oh man, where do you
Switching
look?
sides.
GPP are coming from every which direction. It's just, you think you've got an opening onto a site, and then all of a sudden there is a GPP member on the work coming from behind, and they're dragging you into the shadows to finish you off. It's just, how do you deal with that?
It's just, they should just know, you know, game sense. That's so rude. It's like, you didn't expect that? Are you pro even? No. Obviously, it's really hard 5-head thinking coming in from GBP, taking advantage of full map control, making sure they always have someone in a position to finish off these rounds. And once again, I mean, how many times do we see it? It's always those 2 remaining players that finish off the remaining players coming in from Arcadia. So this time, a push from under 2 towards the B site, and they can definitely get pincered here, but that's a good start. Yort finding Butterfly.
I love this. They're starting to play a little bit creative now that they've done on the offense. It allows them to flourish a bit, and they went straight through mid. But now this causes a chaotic standpoint for both teams, and this is usually where GPP comes out ahead, because they're so good mechanically. If things get chaotic, they don't need to communicate. They can just feel the presence of their opponent and find them in 1v1. But Japan's going to have to hold this. He does. He gets the one. He dismisses when he felt it was unnecessary to stay in there. He knows the second one's around the corner. He gets the safety. He's cutting off all the sight lines.
One enemy remaining.
is 2 versus 2. Yort finds a second headshot of the round. He's starting to come alive here on the offensive side. He quickly dashes, and Gas unable to find the shots, then burning down the time. That 6th man you've mentioned eventually happens, and there it is. We see that Arcadia
Last
Celestials
player
are feeling a
standing.
lot more comfortable here on the offense.
Yeah. Wow, Yort. Okay, Yort and Jetpatchy both investing into the Vandals and half armor straight away on this second round. They're probably a little bit paranoid of the opportunity for a full buy to come in from GBP, just because they know how close they are to finishing off this game, and that would win their economy and bring GBP one step closer to winning the second. So they've invested into 4 rifles, and this defense, they're perfectly fine to go on 2 sheriffs and 3 classics.
This is either going to be absolutely amazing or it's going to be disastrous for Arcadia. You're going to have to hope to find these kills without losing too much. Luckily, Cortez didn't have it, but Slam goes down. He's going to lose a little bit of that firepower. But he's not going to be matter too much. It is their eco, so they are allowed to lose a few members as long as they take weapons out of their opponent's hands. And that is their goal here in this kind of bonus round for Arcadia. They have to make sure not to lose that Vandal. They lose that, oh, that's going to be hurting for many rounds to come.
Gonna be a slow rotate, and it's pretty telegraphed. You can see the rotation's already happening because they know exactly where they're coming from. Sao pushes straight through this. Oh my goodness, that is very risky. Sometimes it pays off, and that's gonna pay off. Sao, instant headshot onto Yort.
What a beautiful shot. They now know the Vandals on the ground, that they'll probably want to try and recover that, so they're going to keep an eye on that as they start pushing forward. Sao feeling confident enough to go into the team,
Last
and
player
Gas going to have to
standing.
find themselves a kill. That is Jetpatchy down. I've seen he doesn't even have the Vandal because Gas has stolen it and dunks his opponent, picks up the
Thrifty.
round, and well, there goes the economy of Arcadia Celestials. What do they do now?
Not much you really can do. You can try and save and hope for a 9-round comeback, but either way, this situation is not great. You could force buy on this round, and I mean, a 4-11 sounds a little less scary, but you still won't have all the weaponry you need. And so they are just going to go for that save this time. They don't want to invest too much. They want to make sure they have their best fighting chance of getting back into this game. But it's such a difficult goal to achieve.
Well, Slatham is not making it any easier as him and Sal both pick up one very early in the match. As you see the tempo,
Last player
Arcadia,
standing.
the tempo's not been in their
Spike
favor.
down.
Slatham is just killing one after another. They all chase down one. Feels like a private lobby. Even Arnie came with the knife out to try and style on him. You know at the moment
Match
the
point.
GBP are just having so much fun in this game.
Yeah, I bet anytime they go down, it's met with laughter. Every time they win a round, it's met with cheers. And I mean, you know you're winning when your score's bigger, for one, and when you're happy as well while you're going for it. So it's super good to see from them that they've been able to be this consistent, not only on their opponent's map pick, but even better on their own map picks. 12 and 3 right now is a huge score lead to have.
Man, it's one of those moments, if you're a player, you look at it and you think, is this really possible? It is. There has been some rare occasions you see it throughout the tournaments where there's been a huge reverse sweep, bringing us into overtime and going from there. But you really have to have the confidence or the ability to shake off the previous rounds. And because this is not a tier 1 tournament, you don't have your Sentinels or your Team Secrets or these really big names that are used to these high, tense, precious scenarios. You kind of have this niggling feeling in the back of your head. It's like, can we really do this? Is it feasible? And when that starts to creep into your mind, it starts to set in that, well, you might not be able to do this. Your skills degrade. You get worried. You don't take the challenges you should do, and it all just kind of comes crumbling. And it's one of the hardest things to overcome as a player. It's just that feeling of
Go. I mean, that's one way to get it going is to get some kills for yourself, but Engas immediately gonna even out that that numbers game, and it's just gonna be Spike going straight down.
Spike planted.
Oh, and
There's just trades going on everywhere at the moment. Neither team
Last
really
player
wants to give an
standing.
inch. There's still a huge fight being put up here from Arcadia Celestials. They still got 2 members alive.
enemy
Engas is not
remaining.
done yet, but there is the buddy system. Arcadia Celestials. This is something that they haven't been too great on, is really taking multi-men fights when they have the advantage. In that scenario right there is exactly why you need to, because you'll find the kill almost,
On my
you know,
mark.
100% of the time if both of you are standing there to take the challenge.
see that's the first step in a 9-step journey for Arcadia to go back into this.
Get out of my way!
It seems far-fetched, but we have seen huge comebacks like it. And again, a great start from Arcadia. You're an instant one-tap with that knife.
And it's on Slather nevertheless as well. He's like leading kill scorer in this game by about 9 kills. If he's down, that's some confidence. And Sal says, hello, my friend. He finds himself a kill. He's got a resurrection if he really tries to play back
One
there.
day.
Gets himself a second, gets himself a third. Find all the
down,
kills,
B.
why don't you, Sal?
They still have done a good job bringing it back into the 2 versus 2 though for Arcadia. They don't want to let go of this map just yet. They want to keep playing Butterfly on the operator just in case someone tries to flank. Really, Annie has to do some work here. That spike hasn't gone down yet. Time is ticking away.
They still do have a little bit of time to play with. The 50 seconds. Ooh, Anya's got to get a little bit of knowledge. They're still around the corner to get that snake bite down, so it's going to be even more difficult to pick up that spike
Revealing
and
area.
plant it. But as long
There they are.
as they give it a little bit of time, the utility is going to fall, and that will be it's their time to strike. There's a Hunter's Fury available.
30
I would
seconds
almost
left.
like to see this to try and clear these angles. They know that Iani is at the back of sight. The wall's going to go up again. I think they may have seen an arm, and they did. They're going to see the shots. They're going to get a little bit of return fire. They're still going to fight down, and there's the collateral. to
Defenders
finish it.
win.
No more.
God, I
for
caught
opposers.
that.
The
What a
smurf
shot
cyber
from
tracks.
Butterfly. They line up
We would
perfectly
never
fine. I don't
hear.
think they were expecting that operator to come into play in that particular situation, but well, if you line up for it, you are going to get it at the end of the day. That's why you line up at like food stores and stuff. But that's probably not what they ordered. So there you go. Well played from GBP. 2-0. And that is going to be it for your first series. You can see a quick replay on the screen there.
Oh, that's what a way to end the series, and that kind of sums it up. When we started to see the buddy system being used by Arcadia, well, there's an operator there to get 2 in 1. Just got a nice little freebie with that one.
There you go. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was our first map. We do, of course, have another series before we end the day. That is going to be between no, not 717. That is going to be between
Nerfs
Nerfs
versus Big Gaming ID. Sorry to take that one from you.
No, thank you. I was struggling to find it there on the Shalom, but there you go. And I'm not sure how that play is going to go because Indonesia, it's always very nice to watch them play. They're very. You saw a couple of aim duels there that really didn't go the way they were looking for them to go. But when it comes to Indonesian teams, the aim is already on point. What you're looking at is the utility play from those guys. And you love to see the things that they bring to the stage. And I mean, it was Indonesia that used to, dominate most of the FPS scene. You're looking at, well, not Impression, but Excurate and Bentet and currently Forsaken as well. Those guys, really talented players. And, their countrymen, they do them proud in most situations as well.
I mean, doing your country proud. Well, we mentioned at the start, and you've just mentioned then, Filipino versus Filipino. Which side will come out on top to face Indonesia in the grand finals? Well, you just need to stick around to find that one out because we will be back in about, I think it's a 15-minute break between series. Don't hold me to that. It could change a little bit, but that should be roughly your estimate. So thank you all for tuning on in. If you're enjoying the content, make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel so you can keep up to date with all the latest of Prominence games and their tournaments because they do a bi-weekly rotation. Every second week, there is a new game coming towards you, new tournament and new players. We had Dota 2 already. We're now in the Valorant part of the season with League of Legends and Mobile Legends to come up later on. Remember, once the season's finished, we start back new. If you're at all ever interested in getting involved, it is free to join. Jump on into the Discord, meet some new players, grab yourself a team, and jump into the tournaments. Get yourself some exposure to the competitive scene, and see how far you can go, because in the end, it's just a lot of fun taking part in these tournaments.
Right. So, ladies and gentlemen, please don't go anywhere because we'll be taking that short break right now, and then we'll be right back for the Prominence Crown Cup Part 2. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup. That's right, brought to you by Prominence Esports. We're into our second best of three, and it's between Nerks versus Big Gaming ID. And that ID doesn't stand for identification, it stands for Indonesia. All the players are sitting in the lobby right now. We'll be jumping into the maps in just a moment. Our first pick is, of course, Icebox. We ended the last on Icebox. We're starting this one on Icebox, and we've seen exactly how it's supposed to be played. And, well, hopefully we'll see that from these guys as well. I'm not sure who to look at here. What information do you have on them, D-Swall?
So, what we do have is both these teams throughout their tournament run so far have played at least a single game of Icebox. We'll start with Nerks. Their first match of the tournament was a 13-6 on Icebox against Team 777. Then their following few matches was a 13-8 on Ascent against Trippy Esports, 13-10 on Bayern against Baby Beast, and then finally another Icebox 13-10 against 717 Monster Esports. So they got a little bit of familiarity with this map over the last couple days. Their opponents, Big Gaming ID, well, they started off the tournament 13-7 with Ascent up against SBS. Then 13-6 on Icebox, so that's where they start to come into play a little bit against Arcadia Esports. Then finally, the last two maps were 13-8 and a 13-7 on Bind and Haven respectively against Arcadia Mortals and Livestrong Kings. So, well, both these teams have not had it easy. They've had very strong showings against a lot of these teams that have really put up a fight here in this tournament.
There's a lot of Arcadias in this bracket, I've noticed. I think I feel like they're a collegiate team, but regardless, yeah, Nerks and Big Gaming, well, we'll see if Nerks need a nerf after this game because they'll be so good, or if Big Gaming go big or go home. Any other puns I can think of?
I don't know. When I hear Nerks, I just think Nerf, like Nerf guns or something. I'm just like, it's not quite where my mind should be.
You can say nerds, like the sweets, but I'm not sure where that would work. So perhaps no more puns, perhaps just straight into the game. And I think the players are ready as soon as we are. I'm gonna be seeing those agent picks once again. You better believe you'll be seeing a couple of those Sages and Vipers one more time. The Jet, the Reyna, and the Sova. Optionals here and there, but you should have the basic building blocks just like our last game. And as to who we should be leaning towards, I'm not entirely sure. I'd rather see inside the game before I draw conclusions, but I
The
don't know. I
one
feel
little
like
fun thing that sorry to jump on you that
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
love seeing about being this region, because this is one of the first times I've really been involved with this region compared to the Oceanic region. On Icebox, people really hate B site in the Oceanic region. We see maybe out of a 20 round match, 2 rounds go to B. Everyone either goes through mid or goes to A. And it's really fun that we saw in the last match that kind of variability that we saw of a lot of the sites being attacked from different angles, coming up from different periods. And I think I love to see that from this scene, that kind of you don't have to have a single play style in mind to really attack your opponent. And I think Icebox is one of those maps that really enables that. The other two, I believe, is Fracture and Breeze. They're more chaotic maps where your mechanical shooting skills really pay off. And Icebox almost sits in that same category. Execution is not as strong as, say, Split or Bind, or even Ascent, where execution is hugely important. This map's really about kind of feeling out where your opponent is. We saw it coming up from behind and kind of splitting the map open, and also your mechanical capabilities really start to shine, especially for these long engagement sightlines.
When it
Choose
comes
your
to the
agent.
Indonesian scene specifically, I don't have too much experience. I've always been in the Philippine scene. Sometimes Singapore, sometimes Thailand, but Indonesia, I don't get too much of a look in. Most of my information comes from the CS days, and how that's going to translate to Valorant, I'm actually quite excited to see. I'm hoping for a lot more utility play. I'm hoping for a lot more of it to be how they work around their utility and how they make space with that utility and how much damage is done before they even exchange blows. I always find that to be the most exciting thing to look for. Here we have a bit of a difference. Instead of having the rain on both teams, we have an extra initiator on one side and an extra sentinel on the other side. The Killjoy and the KO. KO can make a mess of things. When you're sitting on that Viper and you're sitting inside of that Viper's pit, that can pretty much cover the entire area when you get suppressed by a single KO dagger, and it does provide a good amount of information as well on top of the information you get from that Sova. And when you have that Killjoy, they're starting off the defender side. They want to get as big a lead as they can on the defending side. The better you do on the defender side, the better you should be looking once you switch sides. And Killjoy does give that information. If you were to leave that side, that was a big problem we had before with our last defending team. They couldn't account for all those flanks that were coming their way, so this time, having that extra sentinel to give that information could be the difference.
Revealing area.
We're going to start this off. A little bit of a split coming across the map. Big gaming ID are going to be looking at finding an opening here as an aggressive stance has been taken from... Oh, actually. Sorry, my overlay messed up on me for a moment. For Nurx is taking a little bit of defensive stance against B. As they are looking at coming on in, a few shots come out from Freaks, and Freaks is going to be able to pick up the first, and with the second going towards Goliath, he's going to heal that one up as if nothing happened. And, well, that is a huge little win there for Nurx. Sorry, for Big. Oh, I'm confusing myself at the moment.
Well, right now, Big, they are making a mess of things for Nurx as they've lost so many players. Limitado has limited a lot of the damage here, back to a 2 versus 3. That's fair enough. As he has to back up, wait for his teammate because he is low on HP. Goliath's waiting for this to expire so he can heal himself in 15 seconds. That is the cooldown, but the spike's not down. There's no hurry for this Sage. V-Day making sure no one is rotating towards the A side either.
30
They
seconds
have
left.
the rotations on lockdown and they have the B side on lockdown. This is a great setup coming in from Big.
Yeah, I love it. They're not overstepping their boundaries. They're just holding position. They're holding fast. And then Goliath says, I
enemy
might try and
remaining.
take a challenge. And it starts to work out. And they're going to have the crossfire coming in from middle. And then another one sitting on site.
10 seconds
Eventually,
left.
Goliath does go down, taking a little bit of a risky challenge. And again,
Enemy
Goliath
remaining.
has to do something here. He's got 4 seconds. He needs to start to plan in. It's not going to be the case. Oh, Sarah almost loses the round there. He does go down, but it is too late. We might get an ultimate port online for Klops, but well, the defenders, they'll take that.
Yeah, I mean, it comes all the way down to a 1 versus 1, and they don't even keep their last member alive, but they get the win, and that actually does damage Klops' money a bit as well, but they are going to invest regardless into 5 Spectres to try and bounce back immediately because they know how much damage they did to the economy there.
I mean, with that additional spike plant getting a little bit more gold onto your lineup, both sides say, hey, just buy this one out. There wasn't really a winner because everyone lost. So now they're coming into this fight. Klops is going to get ready to get some vision for the Elder, and he's preparing for the rest of his team to get into an execution-based spot. And they're all now starting to move on up. Goliath is getting a lot of information, but no one currently in middle. And there's a little bit of a push up coming from the J. He's having a look down, so they know that the A side is stacked at the moment. David starts to happen.
Initiate it in first. Ricardo backs himself into a corner. The ice wall goes up. They destroy it immediately, but these post plants already looking a little bit problematic because look how many players have already rotated over, and the first kill will come in for big.
Too, but a little bit of a turnaround, but not enough.
Enemy
Spike
remaining.
plant, but they don't have enough damage here. There is a spectre in close range. He almost finds the kill. He's got a thing to the head. Goliath sneaks on away with his life. I'm a little bit surprised they're not. Okay, there we go. I'm surprised they're not giving it over to Wolf Goliath because what do you know? 6-1 Sage Resurrection round number 3. You don't see that often.
As a battle sage carrying you forward, doing a good job, and plays as big a part of the healer as the anti-healer for the enemy team.
That's for sure.
So they have to invest into a couple of upgraded pistols because they want to buy on the next round, but they could still do some damage here with these weapons. This is a bonus round for big, but I mean it's still the anti-eco as well. They know that what the money situation is like on the other side. Freaks with the Vandal though, taking a stance from a very far away distance. Freaks and Goliath both down in, and actually won't be winning that first fight. Both of these kills go forward for Nurks.
That was a beautiful little peek there from both the players on the defense, but it was even better reaction coming from Nurks. But they found himself turning around. Upgrading weapons though. They found himself a third. The Sheriffs are back in town. The Outlaws of Big Gaming ID haven't been able to steal anything on this map. They're just well,
Last
they're
player
kind of just dying all over the place at the moment.
Revealing area.
That was a beautiful thrifty coming out of Nurks there to be able to grab what they can, and well, now they have the firepower and still the economy, which is an interesting thing to look at with both these teams. Because we've had such a weird start to the opening of this match, the economy has been not quite shambles for both players of both teams. It's just been awkward. It's not predictable. It's all over the place. And we're getting these really scrappy engagements with just whatever weapons these teams can come by.
You love that. Procurement on site.
Standing ahead.
You love to see it. And so King Kappa going to be first in, and they are getting plenty of information. I love the drone and duelist push together. It's always nice. It's like take it from R6 almost.
But you gotta be scary because it almost works against you sometimes. Because if you hear that L drone come in, the other side can be like, wait a second, there might be a person here, and they got the confidence to swing you. So it's almost a double-edged sword. As now the spike goes on down, the Sage wall is up, and is now retreating to very defensive positions. So We're seeing a little bit of time for Big Gaming ID to get in position. All the members now gather together, go for the fight, and Freak starts it off. Big getting it one, this was the second one, fight with the shots, and look at him go! Third one to add to the tally as they just pick each other. Oh my god, Nexus gets a beautiful kill for the snake bite and a few shots. The defuser is down. He goes up high, finds himself a third, gets himself a fourth, he gets the age, he almost gets it. Freak shuts it down, and will he get the defuse? It's gonna be close. He just grabs it at the nick of time.
You don't deserve my invention.
0.83 seconds. It's a good thing Killua jumped off of that in time. Actually, his name is Killuara. Okay, but we'll put Killu for now. As yeah, that came very, very close. But a nice attempt there. Unfortunately, Nexus. Nexus. That's like a match made in heaven. You couldn't have played for any other team.
He's just not had one team who their team name was named after one of their players. Oh man, it was confusing trying to like talk about a player and then talk about the team. I can almost see the same happening in that location. Similar name. Very strong push trying to come down the middle as Nerf's trying to find some space here on this map.
Oh, freaks. See where he gets the name from. That's that's just so mean. Like, what a freak of nature. Look at him go.
I mean, that's almost like one of the highest compliments you can get in a competitive game. You're a freak, and you're just like, oh yeah, I am. You take that any day. Now next, he's going to the wall was in a very aggressive location. He got punished for it. The wall is going to be broken. The snake bite coming on down. He's trying to get it down, but Goliath picks up the defense at next needed for Nurks, and he will go down. What an absolutely chaotic round where Big Gaming ID just took it. What happened there?
That was, I mean, it looked like they had everything in the right place. They had all those pieces, but that's what I wanted to see. Not from any particular team, but the way they are playing around that utility and finding every single one of those gaps to fight their way back in. Super important. They have called for a pause. It's a tech pause. Yeah, it has to be this. El Terra. I've gone for a quick DC. PC crash, unfortunate.
Yeah, that's one of the crashes you don't want to see. You want to hope it's Valorant, not your computer, because that makes you a little bit worried if you ever see the blue screen again.
That's true. Like, you know, there's a lot of things you do. If it's Valorant, you can reinstall it. You can just restart your PC. You can open it again. If you're getting blue screen, it's not the same. It is not the same.
Yeah, there's so many things you have to, so many rabbit holes you start following down to hopefully fix it, and in the end you half the time make your computer worse. You're like, oh well, it's time to reformat my computer and start again. But while we're in this little brief moment, we do want to have a look at some of these kills and some big impact players in this game. Unfortunately for Nerks, they're Jet not doing as much as you would like. 1 for 5, not really able to create that space. What you want to see from your duelists is if they're not finding kills, you want to make sure that they're at least opening up the sights. And we're not really seeing that with King Kappa. He's been trying to go on in, and he doesn't dash in at the point. He doesn't cause any confusion for the opponents. He's not really giving the rest of the team that capability to get on site and feel safe and to back him up. He's trying to take these fights. He dies before they really get a foothold, and he's out of action. And if you lose your Jet in those situations, well, not only are you a member down, you don't have that mobility to keep your opponents on their feet. So it's a little bit unfortunate there. On the other end of the spec, on the other side, you've got VD and El Terra on the opponent's side. They're a little bit nicer in essence that they're still doing work. El Terra is going to be getting that information, so for the Sova darts, Verde is going to be creating the walls and opportunities for them to kind of delay your attacking side to get in on your sights. So even though they may not be doing quite hot in the kill's death, their impact is still being made.
You think the other side is like, if King Kappa is having difficulties entering, he can't really say, okay, Jet, you stay back. We'll let someone else enter, and then you can go in afterwards. Because I mean, let's face it, at that point, you're just baiting as a duelist, which is always the kind of Jets you end up with when you're matchmaking. So yeah, King Kappa perhaps has to get into the groove of things. Perhaps hasn't played for you know, a couple of hours, maybe a couple of minutes. So might need to get back into the groove of things. But I'm sure we can see what he's capable of. King Kappa, though, has been the one that's been having to spot out all of these unconventional positions. And then Vide finding one. What a great tandem as well. That's the spike down.
And they had no idea he was up there, thanks to this Viper down below creating so much noise. That's the double, that's the spike, and that, I almost want to call it is the round, because they're going to slowly be encapsulated into the spot. You're going to twist the capsule, swallow it, and then, well, Big Gaming ID is just going to be done with that right there for breakfast. But Nexus might be starting this open a little bit. Kenny create the open that the team needs.
One enemy
oh, no,
remaining.
he can't. Freaks is there. What a monster.
He manages it and survives.
Monster.
That's disrespectful. You can't, Freaks, you can't be doing that. Again, a great testament to his name.
Oh man, he just weaved, dodged, ducked, dipped, dived, and dodged every single bullet that came at him. He's just, oh man, definitely a show-stopping player.
So confident to take these fights. You see them not being really that afraid to push all the way down. They know there's no way for them to get that information if someone's pushing. They don't have a cipher or a killjoy to really suss out that information. And now they're pushing over towards the A site. Kilu, he's going to be the one to discover this because, oh well, that should turn off the turret. But I mean, that's already a tell all in its own. And they know just wait. 5-man retake into the A side.
You gotta be careful here, they might think about using Rockshot. Let's see that he has up top with the daggers, but he's unable to find anything. He's the first one to die, unfortunately, again in the round. And now they're coming on in, despite the down, can they hold up a little longer? We do have Sheriffs and Limitado. It's time to land, but he started to reload at the last moment. He did only have a couple of shots left in that Sheriff, and he had to do it to give himself a chance. But now let's see, he was on point for some of those shots coming on up.
And yeah, I must say, Limitado, those Sheriff shots are very scary. And to peek him one by one, it's a brave move. And, well, it's paid off in the end, but could have gone either way. Limitado, a couple of extra bullets in the chamber, switches to the pistol that Sage was carrying. Could have been a different story.
So a little bit of an interesting thing to note, there's so many ultimates on the board. Almost all 5 are prepared for Big Gaming ID. 1 kill for the Jet, and he's got this one online as well. A little bit of knowledge in the time he's getting, and he's going to start pushing it. He pops his ultimate, he's going to try and avoid this one. You see Freaks goes on down, and that is a huge pick-off. The Nerfs have now got him. They're confident, they're moving on forward. They feel the entire change, their momentum as soon as they put that first hit. King Kappa narrowly avoided. He's not going to avoid that one though. He goes on down thanks to Hatsuru. But Nerfs is still doing so much work. He's going to go down. The Hatsuru is going to cut that one down. Altera is going to resurrect, but it's not going to do too much as Altera is getting so far ahead. Gets the 4. Can he find the 5th? He's going for the ace. He's holding his fake defuse and he knows where the opponent Sova is. He's trying to play him, play the time. He's got a little bit of time left. Flops is going to come out. The shotgun's not going to land. He's holding. He didn't get that first hit. Yes, he did. He's going to swing around the corner. He needs to hold it for a little bit longer. This is a dance between 2 devils at the moment. Who comes out on out? Altera with the ace and the defuse.
Clutch.
Altera is one of the ones that these players were greeting as they jumped in. He seems to have a reputation preceding him, and there you can see exactly why. An ace clutch to retake an A site by himself. That's not an easy task, and he does it flawlessly there. It takes a little bit at the very end, and I mean, huge attempt there from Klops. He really did not want that getting defused, but on a jump peak like that, I feel like he exposed way too much of himself, and it was enough Altera to take away.
spraying, and then he'll take some freaks. That's going to be the confidence boost that could be what brings King Kappa back straight back into this game. They're starting to find his kills. The Viper's Pit's going to come out. The Aldrone, if he can get a tag, he could find himself a kill. But he's not going to find it. The Viper ran for the heals and gets away. The Aldrone does not see anyone. King Kappa further ahead, finds himself the second one to kill. The Viper is still located somewhere in the area, and King Kappa knows this. Just can't hear him. While over on the other side, 3 members on the A side have done a beautiful split here as King Kappa has caused so much distraction. There's still one player in mid. Ditto cleans up Killer, and well, that's a beautiful sight. All thanks to the help of King Kappa remaining. And his work and effort.
Dead fool. Toxin screen down.
Surprised Vide is even still alive right now. The fact that he turns around to get that kill is just magic, but that's not going to be it. It's the charm is worn off, and that's going to be the second round for our attacking side. It is an opposite story, considering we did have a huge lead for our attackers the last time we were here in Icebox. So this time it's the defenders putting up a great defense.
I mean, you're starting to see King Kappa, the man you need to carry his team, starting to get some momentum, getting some feel into his game. You mentioned it, you know, it might take a little time to warm up, and then once he's warmed up, he'll be burning, melting all the snow around him as he'll be leaving death and destruction in his wake. And now, it needs something else. They're starting to group up and go for the side hit. They can't go for the middle. The snake fight has effectively shut that down, and a very quick rotation, almost by big, as they're getting prepared into the middle and B side of this map.
Enemy marked.
Just watching the flank, King Kappa doesn't really... He's realized, you know what, my entry frags, I've been doing it. I think I'm going to go for a different role this time. Let's go for a cheeky lurk. And that's going to be the spike right behind him as well. It is Freaks to watch this with the operator, and Goliath is watching to make sure no one goes under the tube. But over the tube, maybe they don't expect that much. Do they have anyone in the kitchen? They do have El Terra, and he is the Ace King. So we'll see if he pulls anything crazy here, but gets swung. You get one tap. Oh, just backing away, getting information, but not gonna get anything above him. He breaks the ice wall. They know where he is. There is a flash blow coming in from Killer.
Killer doing a wonderful job to support his teammate, but the rest of his teammates are all falling down around him as the B side has been taken. Killer gets another shot, going for the spray, almost finds some Nexus as well. Nexus trying to take a run for it across the platform, and then Killer again, almost finding another kill through smokes. And he's just dodging bullets left, right, and swings again. Trying to hope for the cross, but he's not going to get away with it this time as El Terra is all alone. He's got 2 members to find. Taylor is severely hurt, and at least he knows where that location is. So he's going to be pushing on forward, but he's making a lot of noise. He's got about 20 seconds left before he can get on that bomb. He swings, but Nexus is there for the kill.
That is a brilliant Viper's Pit as well. It takes the entire corridor and enough space to go for a plant as well. It filled all those holes very nicely, and they can be happy with that. A 3rd point on the board. 2 rounds left in this half, and they could find themselves at 5-7 if they can continue this this streak that they're currently on. It's 2 rounds in a row they've managed to find here. That's, well, it's not as big as Big's 5 in a row, but it would set them up nicely for the second half.
And it would indeed, and it's not only that, it gives them a bit of confidence that they were lacking after they lost one of these rounds. And speaking of confidence, King Kappa opening up the first kill, making sure that there's not going to be any support coming in from that Sage, just as all brought back on the first. They're giving up A-side completely, thanks to all the utilities
Spike down A.
Using, they've now completely gutted it. They did use Ditto, but that Jet's still on fire as, unfortunately, a little bit of a trade there coming from the Vipers. A shock dart will find himself a kill.
One enemy
trying to go for the shot. He gets it to the chest, taking out King Kappa that was jumping up through the air as like a kangaroo, but he will be clipped as Killer is a very strong and movable force holding on top of that ramp, and they push Klops into the sightlines of Fade.
They very effectively secured that round. They made sure that they had that in the bag. I mean, it takes a lockdown. I don't know how much difference that made, but it did force them out of that position. He could have just hunkered down and tried to secure something, but they made sure that they at least have 8 in this half, and 8 and 4 can be difficult to come back from, and 9-3 even harder. Let's see if they have it in them. But I think still looking more confident. Nerds, you're actually right. They needed that confidence boost, and time again, King Kappa. He started at, you know, just not getting those initial kills, and now he seems to be very confident entering the sites. But problem is, the retake they can't hold on to.
Yeah, I mean, it was such a beautiful execution onto that site. They just used utility every way to force their opponents off. So you know that their execution are good. And when things start getting a little bit muddy, well, they're going to try and chase down Fury. Can the Hunter Fury land? He gets it once, but he doesn't get it the second time. And Goliath with the operator is going to shut down King Kappa, as he's going to be going on down, and a little bit of an advantage from Big taken here. And usually when they take the advantage in these rounds, they're not going to fall anytime shortly.
This is a scary prospect. Freaks to be the one to hold the B site. They look like they want to go up to heaven again, or rather to kitchen. Dito and Klops both spotted by the recon bolt and Altera. Could risk a little bit more information. He sees all of them, and that's plenty of information to work with.
Spike down mid.
Klops is now in a 1 versus 4. Let's find that first kill. This would have to be an ace clutch, and it's not going to happen. V-Day coming in from kitchen will shut him down. That's 9-3.
Switching sides.
And a very nice lead for Big to work with.
I love Altera. He took a little peek up that ramp, saw 4. He's like, oh no. Quickly throws a dart to try and distract them a little bit as he retreats back down the ramp. And as soon as he got that information, the rest of the team started to collapse in from around the map, coming in from every direction, including that Viper. When Vayday started to make a move through kitchen to make sure to lock down any chance coming up cargo, and he did find that kill at the end there. They're already swinging in from A. They've come all picking up the ramp. They just beautiful communication, enabling such a speedy reaction. So whoever's shot calling for them is really just a very assertive, very dominant to say, hey, we're doing this, we're doing it right now, let's go forward with it. There is absolutely zero hesitation on this team.
Oh, Nexus, he's going to be the one to get the information. He spots someone in long. Doesn't really react too much to it. Just waiting for that snake bite to come through. He hasn't even used his wall yet either. I'm not sure where he wants to place that exactly. Freaks checks close left. Check close right spot. Away. Out comes the utility, out come the wall. But that is going to be the B site taken and getting planted, trying to squeak through there, Nexus. Going to connect. Well, he does connect a couple of the bullets, to be fair.
Yeah, I think he's trying to find that wall, because the wall's been using a little bit of a different spot than usual. I can see there now it's starting to be broken down. And now the spike's in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be very hard to try and get to that unless you get your own counter-safe wall in to lock down a little bit at this point. Create some sight lines as the Viper wall's going to come on up. And Freaks has already stepped on through. 19 and shotgun comes and pops in onto the default behind yellow. And now they will start to fall. The 2 left on Big. Can
one enemy remaining.
Nerks clean this up? They can. They get the defuse. Killer is nowhere to be seen. And well, that's a nice little round there. Picking it up in that first round of the half to start yourself with some momentum.
Very good use of that Sage wall as well, especially in a pistol round. It's so difficult to counter, considering how many bullets it takes to get through one of those walls. And so, good use of the information they had, good use of their Sage to keep them alive, as well as the fact that Nexus did a very good job to make all that space, because use the utility to slow them down, puts the wall exactly where he needed to go, and that made the space after that spike had already gone down. So his teammates could plant in peace behind the ice wall and behind the Viper wall as well.
The Big are going to be split up across the map, going for some challenges, and Nex says, well, you know what? I'm going to take that challenge. I will come away victorious with it. My Spectre is better than your pistol. And that puts him up 1 ahead already in this round. And you can see he's already completely backed off to the B side. He's been a little bit damaged. He doesn't want to deal with it. And then Goliath comes in to say hello. And Nex says, well, I'll take a second one. Now King Kappa is showing his strength and Prominence here on the Spectre gets the one, but Altera's going to be able to clean that one up. It's not a huge loss, but you don't want to lose too much else here. And then be able to go into that third and bonus round with whatever weapons you can. Fire round, and then there we go. We're going to see the end of that one. Well, they're coming back into this one.
4-round difference, and they are on the bonus. They're up against 5 Vandals, so we could see the double digits coming right here, but it would be great if Nurks could somehow steal away this bonus round for themselves.
And it's going to be a big firepower push, but there's only light armor on all of them, which gives the Spectres a little bit more opportunity to find that lethal killing range. They won't find the kill with a shot to the head straight away, but a shot to the head followed up by a body shot will be enough to kill a lot of those only light armored users. As King Kappa, oh, he's so far forward. He's looking for the kill. He's looking for someone to step forward and kill him. Might be that target. It gets a shot with the help of Limitado. That is a beautiful shot. They're going for the weapon. They're trying to get on in there. As soon as they pick up double flash thanks to KO, but it doesn't find both the kills. Limitado gets it. He runs. He retreats. And somehow, Nurks, they're capitalizing on their bonus round. And next, again, Spectre, B-side. It's just a match made in heaven.
That kind of movement is right through the track. You want to really train yourself to go for a spray control.
Last player standing.
Circling around. And these salvage weapons, these small investments, are securing them another one. A 1 versus 4, low HP for the Sage, perhaps the chance for a kill
30
there.
seconds
Perhaps
left.
The chance for a kill onto the KO as well is also low. But V-Day has a lot to do here. 98 HP and 4 enemies with 20 seconds left.
Limitado. He's standing in an off angle here, so it might be checked. Oh, but he does get it. Limitado does not find the kill. The Spectre, unfortunately,
10 seconds left.
There. There's a few seconds left. He's going to throw the wall up. He's going to start playing. He's playing a little bit on default. The shock dart is not on target, but that time it is, and he will go down. They'll pick up this round, and 3 rounds in a row. Nurks are continuing to reel this one back. And it looks like Big Gaming ID, they're not too sure what to do here.
I'm wondering, because I'm feeling like it's coming down to the composition. I'm not entirely sure, but defending with 2 initiators looks a little bit easier than going on the offensive with a Sentinel. They've called a pause immediately, and I'd love to see it. I like nip it in the bud as soon as it comes out, because they are starting to lose some of their momentum here. They don't want that to happen. They want to get this game over and done with, move straight into the next one. So, trying to figure out what's going wrong for them here, and they are losing a lot of players before they've even hit any of the sites. And that's just coming from the aggression coming from this defense.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to point out, Nex in 2 rounds got 4 kills. I don't think he got the 5th, but he's just been holding that B site consistently. He's picked up 2 kills twice over the B site. He's doing real well at locking down that site, and that gives the rest of his team the freedom to go elsewhere. If they want to stack A site, if they want to put players mid, even completely forget about Kitchen, they can do that because they've got the confidence that Nex is going to capitalize on these fights. And it's just working time and time again. It's really opened their defense. I mean, we're only 3 rounds in, but Nex is a huge key player in this defense. And he's also coming alive like the rest of his team.
The assists they have right now, 8 assists for Nex, Limitado, 9 assists for King Kappa, the duelist. He's crowning in 4th, but, you know, only 5 kills behind current kill leaders, not so bad. And seeing a little bit, there's more situations here where they're not securing the kills themselves, assisting their teammates in securing these kills, but there's going to be no information gathered there by Limitado to see if he actually knows how many players are going to start pushing down this B-long position. But 4 players with upgraded pistols about to burst in, information given that someone's behind yellow. They sort of get immediately. Limitado, what a great double swing and double kill.
1 enemy remaining.
Just getting them all. He's not afraid. Pops that overload, gets his 3rd with the help of, and then almost the 4th with the help of Ditto. And now there's going to be looking at Killer. Killer is not a sheriff. This is an eco round. They found themselves 1. It's something. If he found himself a 2nd, it would have been nice, but it's not going to be the case. But that was a huge round for Ricardo there to showcase his capability to stand in these little bit of an awkward locations and find multiple kills. 7 Jaeger. It's all in favor of Nerks right now. But there's now another buy coming in from Big Game ID. And this is their time to make a stand before they keep losing more and more rounds. If they lose this, they're going to lose another 2 consecutive rounds. So far closer to them, potentially putting them ahead if it continues to go this way.
Oh dear, no one's gone up to heaven. King Kappa, he'll hear them before he sees them. Yeah, drone coming nearby. Coming in, missed shot onto the jet out in the open.
Welcome to my world.
A bit scary seeing all these big players jumping in. Out comes ult as well.
Spike planted.
Already done. Low HP fine, but low HP for the killjoy.
Here in the one of the jets start popping up into the air, getting prepared to get some of those daggers. Can King Kappa find as clearly can? No, he can't. His wings get hit by Killer. That is a huge loss in this round. Now the 2 players
One
behind
enemy
Killer makes it a
remaining.
3rd with Eltero and a 4th. They're looking for 1. And Ditto says, well, I'm not going to be the one you're going to find. I'm going to go play some prop hunt and go hide amongst the objects on the map.
They are hunting. And yeah, there it is. Goliaths from their own spawn will get their double digits. And it just took them the right 5 to do so. Now we have the call for a pause from the defenders. Calling for a pause to defenders, I find it much more difficult to adapt when you're on the defending side than when you're on the attacking side, simply because you're kind of limited to what changes you can make. You don't really control the pace of the round. That is on the attackers, and it's more like your adaptability to that. You can say a strat like put this player here, or push this position if you get no information, or rather no presence being announced for itself, but really you are ultimately reacting to what the attackers want to do.
Yeah, but I think it's just to get a little bit of a breather. You've talked about this a lot of times. It's a good choice to just stop, pause the momentum of your opponent. They've finally grabbed themselves around, and you go, okay, let's just put a halt to that. Don't let them get that feeling. Don't let them stay warm. Cool them down just a little bit, so then you can put them back into the icebox, seal it shut, and then try and take this game back into your own hands. One key little thing I like to point out is Flix and Killer. They've got their ultimates online with the Sova and Sage very close behind. They're both 1 point away. If we can get a spike plant on Goliath, that's a resurrection online. If we can get a kill on either of these, that's a resurrection or a Hunter's Fury, which will be fantastic at keeping that spike down in the playing field and not being able to get defused. As now we're going to be seeing that, well, King Kappa. He's not afraid. He's standing so far up. He's ready to take the challenge.
Oh my goodness, that's a free kill. And they have just lost that ult from themselves. Perhaps Sage can get that res going. But for now, they're going to have to deal with this 4 versus 5.
Look at this position. He's just so aggressive. Standing up in all the angles and doesn't, the opponent doesn't suspect it, but Freak gets a double turnaround kill as well. Both jets popping off here in this round, but Freaks is still alive, and that's what you want to see.
You will not kill my ally!
There's that resurrection now online. Killer's coming back into play. The swung the man advantage is 4.
You should run.
Nerks is behind. They're going to have to go up against a lockdown. And it looks like they're pushing into this. They might want to take this very aggressively. Ditto can't get on out. He's going to be detained no matter what, but he gets a kill before he goes down. He throws the wall up to protect himself just a little bit longer. He's detained. They're going to hunt him
30
down. He
seconds
can't
left.
go anywhere. He's
Last
hoping some
player
help from
standing.
the rest of his team. But as much as he's going to get is a kill from
Last player
gone down. The
standing.
next hit, the second one.
Spike
I said,
down
this
A.
player is such a key team member. He's looking for number 3. He's looking for the defuse. He's looking for the round. Will he get it? He does not. Mayday stops it in the track. And that is 11 now on the scoreboard for Big Game United.
Such a smart push there from V-Day. As soon as you break that wall, you know it takes like what, 20 bullets. You have to go for that reload. So V-Day knows he had to make that space up. He pushes forward and clears that little distance. As soon as he peeks in, probably not expecting to be that close behind. So 2 rounds to go now for Big. Nurks, they're not out of this just yet. We have been seeing so
Let's
many
go.
signs of greatness coming from them, especially from King Kappa, who has once again been so instrumental to their initial successes in these rounds. It's just that they don't get converted into more successes from his teammates
Revealing
going
area.
into the latter parts of the rounds.
Yeah, it's
I
a
have
big
this back.
change than what we saw in the first part of the first half of the first half. Let's say the first quarter of the game, if we want to get mathematical. But we didn't really see that from him there. But now that we are starting to see it, we're seeing a lot closer rounds coming from Nurks, which is really something of a challenge and a little bit of a drain onto Beak at the moment. But again, we're going to see now how the dude's going to be coming off, trying to find a spot, and Lunatida's going to shut that one down. That's the start that they need. The flash comes out, he self-flashes and gets his own teammates, so they both have to back off just a little bit, and they can't push in as much as they would like. But Dino gets a kill down the middle, securing them a little bit of space and breathing room that no one else should be coming this way. They get this nice little scan onto two. They know that there's plenty down. Unfortunately, Lunatida's going to be able to shut down the abilities, but they don't need it because King Kappa is finding himself some kills. Goliath, though, is going to get rained from above. Flawless round, and Nurks, they're coming back.
3 rounds the distance. I mean, they keep closing it down every single time there's a bit of movement from Big. And Big now has to go on this kind of a half buy. Goliath can afford a weapon, so can Kilu, but the other 3, they are taking a bit of a gamble by doing this. If they just save those weapons, they could technically have 2 full gun rounds.
Get
Instead
out of
they've
my
gone to
way.
this idea, and well, let's see if it results in anything. At least Altera manages to pop that one off before he gets suppressed.
I just want to do one little fact before hopefully things start kicking in. Even though Nurks is behind in rounds, they're actually ahead in kills. They have 2 more kills overall than their opponents. And that kind of shows you, when Nurks win rounds, they win rounds with a lot of opponents. Big Gaming ID's only barely scraping through in these rounds. This is a very close match between these 2 teams, especially the longer it goes and the more these players get warmed up. Freak's unfortunately not going to be able to get the shot, but he's going to be looking for more there, because he's not going to give up that anytime soon. He's got plenty of daggers, and he's got plenty of heads to find.
Oh! I was popped out in the open there. You can see Ditto wants to go for the res. They know the exact lineup to where he was, so trying to make sure that no one's going to push as that res goes through.
Baiting him.
Oh, Freak still finds one.
30 seconds left.
Standing ahead.
Spike down
Kappa,
A.
he finds another 2 to add to his tally, but Altera's going to shut that down before it gets any further. The spike is going down. The Hunter's going to change. He's trying to clear up default, but no one was there, but he does manage to get Killer on the crossfire. It is now all in the defender's chance. It is 3 of them up against 2. Vayde is going to try and make sure this one does not stick with Altera. These 2 players are going to give their best
Last
to
player
not lose this
standing.
one. And what? They're going to fall. Their lives are crumbling. And round 9. I'm sorry, not round 9, but the 9th round for Nurks is on the board.
2 rounds now separate them. That's broken the economy, and they have to go for a pause. This time seems to be another tech issue. Otherwise, you would see that pause timer ticking down.
Oh, this game is heating up at the moment. I'm surprised there's any snow left here on Icebox. Just both these teams are starting to come on fire. It's so very difficult. Each player correctly finding kills. There's no anchor on either team. You look at the scoreboard. Most players are on almost equal kills deaths. That is something you don't often see. The only one that's a little unfortunate, which I is King Kappa. He's got 20 deaths on his name. He has been resurrected a couple times, but it almost indicated he has died every single round. That's not a great statistic that you'll want.
Yeah, you're right. That's every single round. How does that happen? Well, I suppose there must have been at least 1 round where he got res, right? You can't revive all of them.
I think there was 1, maybe 2 rounds where we got res to keep him up, But when you look at it like this, it's kind of like, oof.
Yeah.
That's the only thing I can say.
So every single time you've had a round, you've had a death. That is the stat. Great statistics.
But at least unlike the first half where I think he was like 1 for 6 or 1 for 7, it's now 15 for 20. He's got a lot more kills. He's got some assists against his name. He's created an impact. So the statistics might not be in his favor, but we do know that he's now making some kind of openings for the rest of his team to work with. Like we've seen a couple of double kills come out from him. Unfortunately, he ends up losing his life shortly after, but that's the trades you need to start making to give your team any kind of advantage coming into these maps.
Boulder ready to go. It's not going to be a great round for Big unless someone has aim like Limitado and has been absolutely popping off with a Sheriff. We haven't seen that same level from any of these individual members from Big. And they are having a very difficult time of closing out the map.
What ultimates do we have coming online? King Kappa's got his Blade Fury with the Operator. There is no better combination in Valorant than Blade Storm Operator Jets. And that's going to be on the line. How much damage can he do to his opponent? It's going to be another question as the wall's been used up towards that rampant middle. No one's going to be able to get up to King anytime soon. No sandwiches for anyone as the control in mid is slowly being held upon from Nerks. They're not letting their opponents gain any ground whatsoever.
Rotating a couple of players over to the B site. They've actually called this really well because that is a 3-person push, rather 3-person defense on this B site. We'll just
King Kappa needed to find that first kill, but he does get it the second time. Beautiful flash, and they
One
kill them
enemy
all.
remaining.
They just run into the slaughterhouse, and they just get packaged up, put away, shipped off to your closest supermarket, and they are on display. Nerks, what a brilliant round that was. They just decimated their opponents. And that all started thanks to a beautiful flash come out from Limitado. It really just threw a huge spanner in the works for the gaming ID. They didn't know what to do. They were just fresh meat to their opponents.
Oh, lineups, let's go. Immediately destroyed because they know the lineup on the other side as well. Aggressive and a nice kill there from King Kappa. Once again, starting things off, and he actually gets lit through the wall. V-Day. I'm gonna be happy about that leg. And
You should
Freaks is not happy. He starts himself off with one as well. King Kappa's got no updrafts available, so he's not going to be able to use the verticality of the A site to his advantage. That's why he's going to try and make his way over there, so at least he can glide through the air, create a little bit of distance for his opponent. They might not suspect him so far up, as now the Viper's Pit is gone all down. Hunting for more. His feet is going to be looking through Vayday, get killed. Viper's Pit gone. King Kappa finds another. They're looking for the last final remaining member. But El Terra's coming up from behind, but Ditto was keeping one eye to the back of his head and knew, not only knew, suspected that someone was in the rear.
gonna be point towards the res for Ditto as well. He's 3 away now, and this has been a big recovery coming in from Nerks. And as you said, they have been getting more kills than Big so far, and it's just continuing on. I mean, at the end of the day, the better team absolutely does win, and this has been a huge lead for Nerks to now throw away. That's 4 rounds in a row twice in the second half, and what I'm worried about is that, okay, now it's 11-11. Time for the overtime. It happens every time when it comes to Indonesian teams going up against each other, and I feel like it's gonna happen again today, but we'll see, because it's always that last desperate attempt, isn't it? You run out of money, you're in that last round, you try something crazy, and it just happens to work out. King Kappa, though, he wants to get that match point first.
Starts it off beautifully as he gets one. He's still looking for more. He's still holding these very aggressive angles, and he's updated his stat. He's no longer died every round. He survived the last 2, and now he's hunting for more. Drone spot him? I don't know if the drones actually saw him. The drone went in a different direction. King Kappa relocates, finds himself the second. A little bit of a dart comes on out, but that's going to be a false sense of security for Big as they push
One
on forward.
enemy
King
remaining.
Kappa's still standing here.
Here.
Limitado and King Kappa are the defense that you need. They found themselves 4 kills between them as they hunt down BG to go for it. Shorty comes on out.
No, no way! I thought he got him as well, just so it was there to secure it, but he actually goes
Match
for the
point.
knife.
He knew he had plenty of funds. He knew it was the last round before either they win or overtime. So, went for a little bit of a cheeky play there. If it works, hilarious. If it doesn't work, the rest of your teams can back you up. So, match point. Right, Big. They're going to be sweating right now.
Goodness, from what was 7 to 11, they've managed to get to match point before their opponent. They are going for this fight straight away up and be long again. Freaks, he's on Limitado, that is going to be the difference. But here, you can see another last-ditch effort. They have to throw everything they can and then win these fights. They don't want to lose this map. And King Kappa once again doing the work, but it's getting dangerous.
Spike planted.
Dangerous. An understatement for where King Kappa is right now. He's playing with fire, trying not to get burned. He's going to get healed up, but he's still got to peek before he can get full health. He doesn't care. He wants to find his kills. He's standing in the middle of the stage, and at the moment, he's out in the field. He's ready to sing the song to his opponent. He put them to sleep for lullaby. He does get protected by Clock. All the help in the world. He gets a kill. He can't go. Yeah, and that's it. They protect him. They find the kills. They find the round. That is 8 rounds in a row. I'm sorry, not 8 rounds, but 6 rounds in a row.
Defenders
to
win.
sweep the rug from under their opponent's feet. What a comeback. What a comeback.
That was a very, very hard-fought victory. You have to keep in mind as well that Nerks, they started off on the attacker side, that was their map pick, and it took them everything to close that out. 13 to 11. King Kappa start at the bottom. Look where he is now. 25 kills, 22 deaths. He got that positive KD, and he got 11 assists as well. That is a fantastic performance and a great recovery for his entire team. They needed that from him, especially at the very end there. Those operator kills came in huge for them at the very end. And, well, they get their map pick. We're going on to Big's map pick next, and I wonder if we'll see a bit of revenge, perhaps find ourselves on Ascent for the first time today.
An Ascent, it is a map made for the players and the teams that can heavily execute. So stay tuned because we'll be going to a short break as the players have a little bit of a breather. Ascent will be coming up right up.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Prominence Crown Cup. My name is Jaeger, joined by D-Swol, and we're into our second game between Nurks versus Big Gaming. Big just not finishing off their game at the very end there. Nurks with a huge comeback, the 9-3 turning into a 13-11 at the very end. We were very worried about possibility of there being a overtime, but now we are heading into Bind. This is Big's map pick, perhaps where they are hoping to try and get their revenge and bring us into Ascent.
So both these teams have played on Bind. You've got Nurks, their match number 3 was on Bind, 13-10, and Big, 13-8 here on Bind. Bind's one of, I would call, probably 2, maybe 3 execution-heavy maps, purely for the fact that you really need to be able to coordinate correctly to get in on these sites. What Chaos can definitely ensure, the teleporters create for some really interesting plays, counter plays, and a little bit of interesting elements to play with your opponent's sound cues. And this is one of the only times I would ever think that Yoru could be anywhat useful in Valorant, is because he can really play with your opponent's capability to direct and understand how many people are in the area. But then you'd probably want to go for maybe an Omen, which we've also really seen disappear from the scene, which is hugely unfortunate. I love Omen. I think he's a really fun character. But outside of that, it's really going to see and really test the coordination and the communication of these two teams.
You know what's one of the most interesting things I've seen come out of Bind is the chamber teleport play, because he can bounce between the A and B site by going through the teleporter, and I've seen a lot of ways to use that creatively. One of the most entertaining ones I saw was against a Phoenix, where there was a chamber, and he put down a teleporter, ran through the teleporter. The Phoenix ulted to chase him through the teleporter, and then Chamber just teleported back, waited for him to finish his ult and finish him off. You don't see Phoenix too much anymore. If that were to happen, it's always a funny time.
That's where you just go, okay, I'm uninstalling the game because you're like, I've got this, and then all of a sudden you don't. He's got you. He's like just ready, prepared for you. So it's gonna be interesting what these teams do go. We're gonna see our first cipher of the evening with Kilo picking that up, and I love myself some cipher, especially on Bind. Bind and Split are probably two dominant maps that you do see ciphers, because they can be so useful, especially when you're trying to block the aggression coming out of hookah window, because you can have tripwires in all sorts of fun places, and once you jump on out and you have to try and find that tripwire, you're already looking in the wrong direction. They're going to come in and kill you while you're distracted. I think that's one of the huge benefits that a cipher can offer here on Bind.
There is that raise you talked about earlier in the day as well. One of the 2 maps that you can use that raise on, and because they're opting to not pick up the double initiator like we have on the other side here, you can use that boombot for information as well, right next to that trailblazer and those flashes. So you're not really lacking too much in the information department, and instead it's very
Select your
utility
agent.
based. This lineup, you're seeing only the one duelist, and they've actually gone for the Jet on the other side, because Freaks, to be fair, Freaks was very good on that Jet. And then, unfortunately, the Astros, we don't get those omens that we were hoping for. But even the Brimstone, you know, it's always nice to have that just to open up the skies when it comes to those post plants and whatnot. And when you're trying to clear the way to U-Haul, it can be quite stressful to get out of that particular position.
I think Bind's also one of the only other maps that you see a Brimstone used on, because it's purely just for lamps, because you can shut down that entire thing with your ultimate. You can also shut down Elbow quite well over the B site, and you can just, you know, open up the entire map for it. But one thing I'd like to say is, Sky, is she really not a duelist? Because more often than not, I always see Skies pop flash themselves into sight and be the entry fraggers that they want to be, because of that just capability of gathering the information. You're like, okay, I'm gonna go forward, I'm gonna flash myself in, and I'm gonna find that kill, because that flash is so effective at delaying to when you require it. So, I don't know. I'm someone that loves to call Sky a duelist, even though it's not tagged as one.
I can see that definitely being the case. It's like so much utility on just one particular agent. You'd be thinking the only thing that Sky is missing right now is some kind of alarm bot, some kind of sentinel like ability. And to be fair,
Yeah.
one sentinel ability is of course Cypher's ability to see everyone on the map. You can do that with your
Seekers.
traitors as well. So it's like your seekers. So you've got an all-in-one package.
When Sky first came out, people weren't really trying her or touching her, and it was kind of a little interesting because it was like that thing that, oh, new agent, cool. You see a lot played in quick play, saw it a lot in ranked, but in the competitive scene, people were very hesitant to touch Sky. About a month or two went past, and then people were like, wait a second, there's so much that Sky offers you that they started running them alongside Sova, so you had so much information gathering capabilities. Sometimes you wouldn't even see a Sova anymore, which was very unheard of because Jet had a 92 or 93% pick rate, in at least in the Oceanic scene when I was following. You had Sova at about an 82% pick rate. It was these two characters that went hand in hand, and all of a sudden people are like, wait a second, we can trade Sky in for some of these capabilities. We've now got a Flash. We can heal. Do we need a Sage to help us out anymore? When a Sky can do it? It was... Suddenly people's minds exploded, and we almost see Sky at least every second map down.
I feel like, yeah, Sky has probably been one of the most, if not for Astra, Sky's been one of the most successful new agent launches that we've had. And I mean, she shows time and time again. I remember when they had to nerf her because her flashes were just too quick and it became so difficult to fight against her. Because it's like she was flashing like a duelist, it was insane. And so, even with those changes, she still has a huge pick rate, and that's just how good she is.
Speaking of how good these teams are, we will be looking at a nice wall being used down toward showers to kind of create a little bit of a disruption. It will give them a free ultimate orb if they want to go for it. And you mentioned this in the first half, pistol round against walls. It's so hard to have to deal. Oh, sorry, not first half. In the first match of this series, that the walls, they just create so much issue when it comes to pistol rounds. You need to clean up maybe 2, almost 3 clips to try and get through one of those
Standing
walls.
ahead.
So secured themselves at least an ultimate orb. That probably went over towards the Sage. Yes, it did. And now they're going to be coming up B lane. They might secure themselves an ultimate orb here as they take a little bit to the side. And Klopp is going to be here to solo defend this at least until the rotation comes on in. Oh, they pushed there. Goliath is now pushing on forward. They found themselves one. Freaks gets another one, but Dehito is still trying to hold on this for more. He gets himself another kill. So much ultimate charge towards him, but he can't do it all. He needs the help of his team. Next, we've seen him do doubles, we've seen him do triples. Can he do it here? That's one way to start it. He turns around the corner. He's still very cautious of that sonar dart, but he needs to not worry about it. He gets another one, but he doesn't know where the last player is. He does have the information now. He's going to try and fake it. He needs to get at least one tick while the opponent pushes forward. And now he needs to fight, but he's holding on. Oh, he's going to swing around the corner. He gets it!
Oh my god!
Next is a monster!
How has he done that? The controller who, in the last map, we saw him in the first couple of rounds, he didn't have any kills whatsoever. He's just pulled off a three clutch. Well, looks a lot more comfortable on the Astra than he was on the Viper, and that is a great way to salvage that first round.
I can't believe it. That was a phenomenal performance from Dexon. If that is not what big gaming need to get confidence and come back after their loss, I don't know what is. Because now they're going to be taking the fight straight to Nerks here. And Nerks, you can see them, they're split up across the map. They're not feeling too comfortable, and they're going to go for these one-on-one trades, which against the firepower of Big Gaming ID, well, it's not going to go too well, but we'll see what they can find here.
Dangerous little fight there for Freaks. It's just a classic as well. I thought he was holding a carrot. But the only sheriff is Goliath.
Oh, he's trying to get a bit of growth there down towards the mid. But King Kappa just swing finds himself one. He's feeling the strength of his team at the moment behind him. Next, almost gets a kill through the smoke. Oh, that's a little strange. He always seems to get a lot of damage done, but every time he gets kills, when there's smoke up on the board. But he's done enough damage. Kind of put a little bit of fear into his opponents. He's gone into his actual space. He's going to get punished. No, he won't. He's there to protect his
One
teammates.
enemy
King
remaining.
Kappa coming up side. Triple goes for it more, but Nexus gets his double. King Kappa and Nexus, between them, 8 kills in 2 rounds. They're not sharing any of the kills with the rest of the team.
Now is going to be the bonus round for
Right
Nerf.
here.
And we have seen them secure these before and be a little bit difficult on Bayern. Of course, there are plenty of close angles that you can take advantage of, that mobility that you get from using an SMG, and just the pure run and gun ability of the game in general. But we've seen Big convert these kinds of rounds as well. So let's see if this anti-eco goes the way it's supposed to, and already it's not off to a good start because they've just salvaged 2 weapons.
Oh my god, yeah, it just went ham, and they came away with the whole hog, just jumping through the teleporter. No respect for their opponents. Nerf loses 2 instantly. They get themselves a sight, but at the cost of 2 members.
Spike planted.
He's going to have a lot of time to work with here, and they're going to start making their way across the map. A lot of them's going to come up from behind, but the good news is they're going to be funneled through defender spawn, which should give them a lot more opportunities to collapse in on their opponents. As 2 emerges from Albert, having a little look down from the laboratory, and Kilu starts it up. That's where the advantage of Tom rifles are starting to pay off, but Klopp also has himself one, and he takes that long distance himself. Klopp's got to go very quick.
Player standing.
2 versus 1. Will we see Nerfs go down? We will. King Kappa gets the double, and they give themselves a 3rd round in tow.
He killed his teammate. It's a good thing he jumped on the spike. You can see Limitado's looking like, excuse me, what was that? Can you not? And then just back away respectfully. There you go. That is going to be an anti-eco converted off the back of a very gutsy move like that. Letting your Sage be the one to go through the teleporter as well. It's like, okay, you're supposed to be a sentinel. Best defense, good offense. Jump in there, Dito. Go straight through. Find the double kill with a Spectre of all things.
Oh man, I love it. Big not holding back any of these chaotic strategies right now. They're just happy to go for it. And Nerf have just been completely caught off guard. They're 3 rounds in and they have no idea what their opponents are doing because they're just changing things up time and time again. Klopp's going to steal himself a little bit all down long. They're going to get themselves potentially another ultimate showers. And a big economy advantage in terms of the ultimates going the way of Big Gaming ID. Including those kills. Look, we've already got 3 ultimates online. We're going to resurrect them here.
One enemy remaining.
But they've already got his number. Everyone's just dead. Elterra all alone.
Oh, you see this? Your 360s! Elterra, nice shot to Nexus there, but Limitado is there for the trade. I just look at him. King Kappa survives by just a sliver of health because he did a couple of 360s to stay alive. I can't believe it. My goodness. They are doing well, and this isn't even their map pick.
I mean, we did see them come out swinging in the first map like this too. Can they continue to keep that momentum though throughout the entirety of Bind? Bind's a very, in my opinion, a momentum-based map. Once you start to gain momentum, it is very hard to slow someone down. B site is possibly the hardest site, in my opinion, in Valorant to capture. And if you can lock down B and you're confident that you're able to do that, you can put more players on the rest of the maps, you can be confident that they can do what they want, and you will just control the map. That gives your opponents less avenues to attack. And if they have less avenues, you're not afraid because you know where they're coming.
Always nice to have that little bit of reassurance that, yeah, they're going to come here. All it comes down to is the aim duel. And all that barrel's going to pop out. Nexus has no idea, just has crossed it right over his head for a second there. And Freak's great entry. That's something he has been very consistent at. No matter which map this has been on, he very
planted.
consistent entry
You want to
fragment.
fight it?
The little Astral Divide going to create a little bit of a barrier. They're coming to stage 4. You've got yourself an Astral Divide, and now the rockets are being used. Will be able to find its target though. The Razor's hunting through lamps. He shoots. And he scores! Finds himself one in lamps, and now suddenly it's turned all the way back around. With Big Game did to open up the map for the first kill. It's suddenly come down, but El Terra is holding on. He's fighting and remaining alive for this round.
Last
Really
player
gets one,
standing.
two, can he get the third? He's hunting, he's holding, he's making it as difficult as possible for his opponent. But he gets caught with the utility out.
Oh, I don't think I've got enough time. Oh, 0.55! How is that even possible? That's not. Oh my goodness. That must be so frustrating for Big. They lose by 0.55 seconds. If he had just. He committed to using the gravity well. If he just sat back for just a second, played the time a little bit longer. 0.55 seconds longer. Oh dear.
We will reveal their secrets.
I'm lost for words. That was such
Get
a
out of my
close
way.
round, and now the Blade Storm's been used. They're going to be charging down here.
I know exactly
The
where.
cap is down. Freaks has opened it up. This is one of the best opportunities so far. I think it might be a little bit of an eco round, but they've got the space, they've got the momentum here on site, and they're going to be hunting blocks. You didn't expect Freaks to be coming up from behind. And there we go. 2 kills. That's a weapon. He can go past that weapon to someone else. And, well, Big Game, they're looking scary here in this eco.
There's no way they don't take this away. Freaks has made them the opportunity of a lifetime. It is definitely not on him if they somehow don't win this round.
Dance of the daggers, but Freaks does go down. He tried to play
One
nice
enemy
game.
remaining.
He loses the nice game. Killer is going to find the kill, leaving it all up to Limitado. He's not going to be able to do too much here. He's just got to go down. Can he survive the weapon? Can he take any weapon down his opponent's hand? He cannot use the flash coming from Goliath, and they will cover up. So, we are now finally on the scoreboard. It took him 6 rounds, but they're there.
Here.
That was just Freaks going huge for his team. Up to now, it has been King Kappa that has been really just thinning down the numbers by himself.
Yeah.
In that particular round, it was Freaks versus King Kappa, and Freaks comes out on top. But it's not...
Time to
When
heal.
you get big performances like that, individual performances like that, it's not something that's easy to replicate. Unless that player can continue that consistency non-stop, then you're not going to get a repeat of that situation happening.
Oh, it was a beautiful flash there. The Patient going to try and help him out, and eventually there's a trade going on down towards mid. It is a boxing match. It's kind of all gloves are off. They're going bare knuckles here in middle as they're fighting backwards and forwards. They eventually start to give up a little bit of position here. Do they still know that there's one sitting in that teleporter?
Deploying
Doesn't
drone.
look like they care. They don't want to challenge it. They want to get back there and try and take a little bit more defensive angles. But I'm a little bit afraid because Klops is not sticking with his ally. He's rotating away while the lurker, I believe that is
screen
Limitado,
down.
is kind of getting a lot of information that there's no one else around here on this A site. So keep Klops with the Sage. You do not need to give away your man advantage because Limitado, he's going to have the element of surprise.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
And surprise it is. He picks up the first kill. El Terra going down. He's going to retreat into a new location again. Now we hear the spike going on. The Sage and the Sky have split on up. They're going to try and collapse into 3 different angles. This could be punished if Big was planning to push down one of these avenues of entries onto the site. It's not going to happen. They're going to stick together at lamps. They're going to try and play for time here. They're not going to play for kills. What can Nurks do here?
Last player
Around the corner,
standing.
gets a beautiful shot during the flash, catches with the utility out. Mayday, last one standing, but there's so much time it's ticking, it's going to be held on. The flash, is doing a lot of damage. He's found himself one, can he find himself a second? He cannot. Did he have utility left to continue to black hole? He did. I'm a little bit surprised he didn't try to continue to play on that utility.
Didn't have to go for the peak there either. I mean, plenty of space to work with when you're inside of those U-halls. You can play around the APC as well, but I mean, regardless, that's a great retake from Nurx and great use of the map control as well, especially from Limitado to make sure he takes control towards A long, and just finding the first kill onto the Sova. That denies so much information going the way Big as well. 6-1. This is not the ideal scoreline, and I think they should be calling for a pause by now.
I mean,
Got to
King
tag it
Kappa,
as
he's
that.
12 for 4, completely different game than the first map. And as engagement happening down the showers, will they find each other? No, who will come out ahead of that? It's going to be a little bit disastrous, and now they're all jumping to the teleport. This is going to be a huge fight. It's kind of thrilling down the end, and Big is coming away with it. Trailblazer can turn them in. They know Ditto's in here. They're just going to spray and spray until eventually Ditto falls on down like the house that he built. And, well, it's going to be his fight.
Just a wild spray on the way through, and he just keeps going. But that is going to be their second round on the board. It doesn't work twice, just like lightning. Well, it can strike twice. You need a lightning rod. But here we go. The pause from the defenders. They weren't happy with that.
No.
How dare you take another round from us? Let us formulate a new strategy. It's never happening again.
Yeah, that was just a chaotic round. There's really not too much to deconstruct there, other than the fact that the offense, they committed. They knew that the defense was committing to this kind of ridiculous play of throwing players through the teleporter, pushing up through showers, and then it became a brawl. And well, this time, Big said, we're probably not even going to talk. We're not going to communicate. Let's just do this. Let's bring it on. And they took just an absolutely wild challenge, found a few kills, and then trapped the last two remaining in the teleporter that they had nowhere to go. But other than that, I think, like you mentioned, this pause is mostly just, okay, let's take a breather. That was ridiculous. Let's not let them get any more.
And it's like, immediately after you get a win, as soon as you get that break, that fast break, it's like, oh, well, we could have started building on that, get hyped up for yourself, and it's like, oh, you have to sit there now and stew in it for a second. And it can slow you down a bit. Did Cypher always only have 2 tripwires?
I believe so. The only change that's happened to the Cypher tripwire, as I can remember recently, is the fact you need to be alive for them to work. Other than, he has always had 2, and the Bucky comes down, blasting, breaks in the back, putting so many bullet holes that none of his teammates recognize that body if they see the corpse on the ground. Now the smokes are coming on up. Next is still holding on the shock dart. Not quite where you want it to land. Maybe had one less bounce than what he should have had. Because the second bounce would have put that down into that little bit of a cubby position. But Nurx, they are one man up. They've got an ultimate if they want to use the showstopper in this round. They're feeling a bit confident and comfortable here.
It slows down
I've got your trail.
His position will be given away. Fast response after next. That's a really good adjustment. But still, the kills are coming in for Big. And oh, next, he overflicks. Oh, he's supposed to do one more.
One enemy remaining.
Timing on both sides. And another one. 360 just to keep yourself alive. It's the dance of life.
I wouldn't know what sensitivity these players are playing on. If I tried to do a 360, I would have to move my mouse probably a meter to the left or right, because I play on such low sensitivity.
Just imagine them like huge arm movements.
And they say us gamers don't exercise. I mean, these...
Got some of the strongest mouse forearms in the world.
Blinded.
Yeah, the Viper's Pit not only used to lock down A showers, this could potentially free them up to rotate a member over to B if they really wanted to. But again, B, one of the hardest sites to hit in this game. And so they're going to be coming out towards the A side, and that's how you start it. Freaks gets himself that one. There goes the Viper's Pit. It's over. It's done for. That is all you want to find. There's 5 members here. The African Viper's going to allow them to get outside. Freaks goes in very aggressively with almost no vision because there's just so many utility everywhere. He's going to know that Nexus is down in this corner, but Nexus is relocating. He's going to be able to relocate behind that tactical vibe. That means there's no sound cues that you can hear. Dito is trying to fire on through. In case he sees Vayday is going to be able to find that kill. The paint shell is trying to slow down anything further. Spike is down. Klops is going on in. King Kappa can't get anything here.
Last player
This is
standing.
big round to absolutely demolish their opponents.
Isn't it? And now you're starting to see exactly why they picked this particular map. This is recovery. 3 rounds in a row now. What was once 6-1. And this doesn't seem so scary for them anymore. And it looks like it could be another round because it's another eco here for Nerks. And Nexus doesn't have his trusty Bucky to rely on either. So we should be seeing a 6-5 unless something goes horribly wrong for Big here.
About there.
I mean, it's something we have seen. We have seen a few thrifty rounds so far tonight, and even in the series. So it's very possible it could be pulled out. Very unlikely, especially if Nex takes a few shots to the back already to start this off. Just have a look at where the rest of the defense is. They're kind of swapping positions with the attackers at the moment as they're trying to come up from behind, and El Terra, he's just going to lie in wait.
Here.
You've got to be surrounded, El Terra, in this particular position. As one from the left, one from the right, they're all over the place, and that's going to be at least one weapon to salvage, and that's actually the first kill of the round, but time is already ticking down quite a lot. They have lost 2 players in the one.
Last
They
player
sure can find way more than this, and not going to find anything. As there will be a 5th round on the board for Big, and the last round in this half.
Last round in the half.
If it's going to be a tie, or if it's still going to be the advantage.
Ooh, we're going to see Hito picking up Ed Odin. That is our first Odin of the night, actually. Which, well, isn't too surprising because usually I see Odins quite commonly picked up on Ascent. As it's definitely a fan favorite with a Sova lining up towards Garage. So I'm not too sure where Dehito is going to be actually rocking this Odin that's going to get a lot of utility or value. And it looks like he just wants to go down. He even throws his own wall off, he's going to get instantly bursted down. He's just going to try and fight them through the cover of that smoke. I'm not too sure how I feel about this. I'm questioning it, but at the same time, I hope it pays off.
Very slow round. They've
Toxin screen
come to
down.
a stalemate at this point. 1 minute left on the clock, still plenty of time to work with. They've forwarded their positions all across the map, which you like to see.
Get out of my way.
It had an hour drone used over at the B main. It had a look, it didn't find anyone. No one's really got any intel where anyone is right now. It's very difficult to use, but there's a push coming. Showers and Freaks says thank you very much, gets the double, puts his team 1 step closer to picking up equal going into
30
the next
seconds
half.
left.
In capital, one shut things down, and that unfortunately is not gonna kill. I don't know how.
So he was dead. He just assumed that he'd finished him off and then switched his aim over. Instead, doesn't finish off either one. Nexus gets shot in the smoke before he can even do anything.
Last player
And
standing.
still managed to bring it back to a 1 versus 3, but you're asking for quite a lot for Klops here. It's not fair. Flash comes out. It's going to be run and gun City for Big. In Big City, a 6-6 is going to be the score line.
Switching
Great
sides.
recovery, and now they get to play on their defense, but we get to see Nerks. Let's see if it's going to be another dominant attacking side from them, or if this is going to be Big saying, I want Ascent.
I'm going to be able to see how both teams are really going to adapt to the change of this map. Neither has really showcased any very strong hints of how they like to play. And by that I mean in the first series we saw that there was one team that really loved to come together and try and do a lot of push together. The other really like fast rotations, fast reaction plays. Here in this series, I feel like both these teams are consistently adapting and changing the way they play, so the other team cannot read them. A good little flash comes on down, creating a lot of opening to the showers as they start to run forward and take some of this space here on this map.
Some freaks playing on another close angle, and we're seeing from Nerks what we
Toxins
saw
going up.
from Big in that last round. Plenty of map control. And actually Freaks, he was holding that bathroom position. It looks like he got too aggressive and he just pushed out. That is going to rotate Sky over, but that is 2 players per person. And they have 3 to hit that side. Of course, going to open things up with the Trailblazers. You know, he still avoids the flash even though he's in Trailblazer form.
And now more questions coming on site. It's going to get the noise that no one is there as the fight is starting to come towards the A side. How long can it survive for? Beta is here to try and find kills, but he doesn't get it. He gets killed before it even starts as Altera is now sneaking up from behind and
Spike
Goliath
planted.
taking the front. They're going to try and do a little bit of a pincer maneuver here, but who's going to come out on top?
Player
Will it be the
standing.
pincer? It will not. There was enough bodies to trade that one out. Goliath looking for the kill, but at the same time, Limitado swung even further past, catching his opponent off guard. And again, we see the pistol round going in favor of Nerks.
They were so in charge of that situation. I have to say, Nerks have been using those teleporters more than Big in every situation, be it the defender side or the attacker side. They're making good use of it because that's what it's there for. It's because those long rotates, you're going to have a site that is just less prepared, less defended because of how long it takes to rotate over. And even going through that teleporter yourself is such a risk.
Gives so much damage off the opponent, and well, Killer, he's going to get rid of the crowd. But what did he gain from it? Not too much. He has to retreat. He moves his teammate over towards middle as Goliath goes on down. Nice little tag. They're getting some information. This camera might not even stop there. He's got that for a little while as they come on the side. King Panther comes on through, and Killer able to turn around for the 180 scope to the head. Shock dart.
One enemy remaining.
It doesn't quite land its mark. It lands too high as the spike goes on down, and it looks like Nerks may wrap this round on up.
He just walks past completely unscathed. But how long is that gonna last? That's the question. As he works his way over, Nexus.
Need that back.
Oh, what is that timing? I don't. You see Altera looks at the ice wall and just gives up. He's like, yeah, nah. Okay, never mind. Out of here we go. And Altera just gonna.
Nerks kind of confused still. Where is he? And then turns around, he's like, oh, I found him, guys.
Right place, right time. And 2 rounds in the lead now. They converted the first anti-eco. This time I'm not entirely sure.
I mean, I think Big might have learnt their lesson. They might not be giving up this 3rd round this time. The bonus rounds for Nerks, can they get it though? Oh, with the way Big Gaming is now starting to pick up their momentum, picking up their kind of skill here on this map, I don't think we're going to see a 3rd bonus round victory. It is going to be miraculous because Nerks, they're on the offense, they're coming towards the firepower of their opponents. Big Gaming can take the challenges at the distance that they want to. They're not limited by a lot of these short corners. They have a lot of options they can work with. Take shells. Oh. Not where you want them to go, my friend. Goliath, he's coming up big as he gets 2. Freaks picks up another.
Enemy remaining.
Slowly falling down. Freaks is killing more and more, getting ready to knock up to get ever so closer to getting his Blade Storm online.
That is definitely not what they wanted there, but I mean, better weaponry, it's what you expect. Goliath isn't going to have too much to work with, so he's going to invest into the Judge instead, and that's always an awful weapon to have to go up against. And so, pause called, attackers want to bounce back immediately.
I love that you call the Judge an awful weapon, because I absolutely love the Judge. It is just, it's an unbelievably fun weapon that just feels like it has so much oomph compared to everything else. In every other game, I hate shotguns. I mean, I play Call of Duty, get out of here with your shotguns. Battlefield, nope. CS still feels terrible, but Valorant? Oh, you give me a Bucky or a Judge, and any day I feel like the most powerful man on the planet.
Wait, are you saying you don't like the XM in CS or a Swag 7? That's so useless. Oh dear. Unless you're like JW, or unless you're just cracked, it is very difficult to make use of them in most weapons. I have to say, there is a great use for shotguns in Valorant. It's just that I always fall victim to them. That's why, like, you know, the two kinds of people here. There's the victims and there's the perpetrators.
Here.
See, because I play a lot of Omen, which you barely get to see, I just grab a shotgun, bloody paranoia everyone, and then follow it in my paranoia, shooting like my world. It's a lot of fun. As King Kappa is going to be spotted out by the sniper tripper as they make their way into Hookah. So there's a little bit of information that they do have a couple of units territory B. Well, there's a very aggressive positioning from that Cypher and Sky. Goliath and Killer are kind of preparing a little bit of an ambush of their own down here in B long, but no one is coming towards them. There's a very big split from Nerks. They're trying to get some information and they're trying to break their opponent's defense.
Very slow play. All utility disappears one by one. Nex and King Kappa both securing kills. They've actually just cleared the B site and no one's leaving A. They're just like, alright then, fine. If you're not going to leave A, we'll rotate our players over towards B then. There is going to be a kill from Limitado. They're just one by one falling. They've each individually peeked into each of the sites. Now all you got left is your controller and your initiator.
30 seconds left.
B-Day is going to hunker down in the showers. And El Terra going to be saving in U-hauls, it seems. And so this is going to be plant and a round for Nerds.
Spike planted.
I can't see Big wanting to challenge this. They are already going to look to defend this. They need to try and keep this weaponry. Otherwise, they're going for another eco, especially El Terror. He's got 100 credits to his name. You really need to try and protect that weapon. You lose anything else, it's going to be even more disastrous around what it's going to be. But you mentioned it, there was a beautiful challenge, one-on-one challenges at B, and then that lurk just holding, waiting for the rotation come off the A side, shot him in the back, and then it's like, well, you can't do anything anymore. You've got two players. You're not going to do anything to our offensive side here with the spike down, and well, that's going to put them back up to a 2-round victory over their opponents.
They all teleport through, but there it is. Information given just the very end. Oh, that's where they were. But 9 and 7 on the verge once again of match point. Last time we saw Big in this position. They got up to 11, and then from there, that's as far as they went. This time, it is the lead for the guys over in the guys over in Nerfs, and now they have to be the ones to be able to close out this game properly. I don't know why I was gonna say GDP. Like, oh, they're back again.
I don't feel like Big is a little bit too worried. They showed us in the first half that they can come back and swing the time, but this is not the way they started off. Riggs does get one, he's dashing away. They're going to be able to try and get away with safety. Defense has retreated to the A side, but King Kappa has found himself one over on the B area, leaving just a poor killer alone to have to deal with anything that comes this way. And again, Nerfs, they're doing this style where they're creating a lot of noise, they're finding kills over in one area, but the rest of the team in Spike makes its way over to a secondary objective, and it's left all alone with Goliath. His hands are going to be full of the
You
weight
will not
of
kill
Nerf's
my
very short.
allies.
Let's just add another member on top of that. 5v3. What else can they do to Big Gaming right now to make the odds completely against them?
Big Freaks has finally been able to answer back, and so that's been that man advantage.
Spike planted.
Well, the 2-man advantage back is immediately thinned down to just the one. But still, that's plenty to work with. Spike is down, plenty of utility all over the place as well, slows all over the place. It's not going to be an easy retake, but they are all here now inside. And first, inside double kill, but King Kappa, he's hard to outfrag.
You can see it there, the players in Nerks celebrating at the end of the round, grabbed themselves the third round. Again, they're just slowly pushing themselves further and further away from Big, but Big aren't at yet. They are prepared for comeback material. They are still in this match. But remember this, they've got even more pressure on them. Because if they lose this, they lose the series, then they're out of the tournament. That's not where you want to go be. You don't want to be on the sidelines. You want to be trying to make your way into the grand finals.
Before you get to, face off against other countries as well, hoping to play against other nations and represent your own. These two are both fighting for that right. Straight up B long and actually rotating Sky over towards B as well, and again they can just teleport over. There are no traps inside of Showers. King Kappa finds the first kill once again, but nice catch there from Freaks, and finding another one. Tito goes down as well. That is going to be 2-for-1 in the exchange, and Freaks is going to be HP to work with once again.
Man, the Freaks double kill with the help of that Sova Hunter's Fury just caused a lot of issues for the opponents. And now they've backed on off, they're split up onto the sites just in case. I would be happy if they left the Cypher all alone on A, because now you're going to see that rotate come back from Freaks, and they've already lost one. So you've got to eventually get yourself in. The Seeker's going to come on, you're going to spot where these two players are, and then Freaks might not be able to get away from this, because they're also daggers. You might not want to use the daggers. Carter's going to try to avoid away as the counter Seekers
30 seconds left.
The opponents, the Seekers all Big got shut down 3 versus 3, as now Big is trying to look away to get back onto the site. Stop the Spike going down, but it's too late. Spike is prepared. Klops is running on top. Freaks is going to give the information to the rest of his team. He's about to go inside. Oh no!
Oh no, that's
one enemy remaining.
Not what you want at the end of the day. Killu, 20 HP, and they've lost all their opportunities here. They do find one. Limitado finds the last, and that's going to be 11-7. Freaks must have been annoyed by that. I would have slammed the desk if a Viper walked out of that and just 180'd me. I don't believe it.
I should probably place some stars in the astral plane.
I'm heartbroken for him because he did so much work with the rest of his team. He found multiple kills with his Blade Storm. He was in the perfect position to capitalize on that. And then all of a sudden, he's dead. Oh, it breaks my heart. But we've got to move on. Our hearts have got to mend. And that's what Big's got to do right now. They're going in for this little bit of a time out to try and just catch their breath, because at the moment they're running out of that breath. They're just being constantly held to the wall and strangled by Nerks, and the light that is in Big's eyes is slowly fading, but there's still a glimmer of hope. You can still see it in some of these players. You can see it in Freaks. He's the top scoring player in this match. He doesn't want to let this go down for his team. He's trying the best he can be at the moment, but the team play of Nerks is just so strong.
I've seen a little bit of adjustment. They've set a lot more utility over towards those showers, and I do like that, because last time they had that free space just waltz and that's a big change as well. Big Freaks getting the first kill. That's going to be onto Klops, and they have lost one of their healers, but they do have the Sage in their pocket still. that
Ooh,
kill.
I like this. They
Great.
threw a sky blind up into hookah, which could also get out towards mid. They didn't hit anyone, so they're going to quickly rotate that jet over to the A site with a very
You are divided!
with the position that the sky can quickly rotate. And Freaks, all because he's already rotated over, he's going to be able to help out the defense. He runs himself one, he's going to be looking for another. The spike goes on Jack, he's going to swing around the corner, but he runs out of ammo. He's going to dash on up, and he's in a position they might not expect. I don't think they saw him coming up here as they're trying to push out the Trailblazers, scaring off that raid. Vito also next is trying to hold on, and they just keep trying, but I don't think they're going to be able to hold it. Freak is just on fire at the moment. We have the showstopper being pulled out by King Kappa. He's going to turn around, he fires, he gets the double, he looks for the third, but next is then protective.
How? That was based. I
Match
cannot
point.
believe in this situation. That one in particular is so difficult to hold on to if you're the attacking side, right? All of you are stuck in this one position, but because they don't have they don't have an agent like Raze, where you've got that area of damage that you can utilize. You've got the shock darts on the Sova, that's about it, and Sova goes down way too early. And so that's such an unfortunate situation. How that Sage was alive for so long, that utility being thrown all over the place, and those two at the end of the round still alive. And we've had quite a number of situations today where it's just two left alive, and that's all they needed.
And I think it was a very good usage of where they wanted to place that spike, but here, a little bit of a trade there coming out. Freak says, well, we're not going to let you get this much again. I'm going to try and hold this point. He put up a monster number. He got 3 kills, both from B side over to the A side, swinging around on the map. He's doing what he can. But the utility, like you mentioned, from Nerks, it's just so well played. That utility in this map is one of the most pivotal things you need to get right, because it will win you rounds.
Slow but sure rotate over towards the B side. Oh my goodness, King Kappa. He seems to have a 100% success rate when it comes to getting an opening kill towards this side. And 8 shells straight
30
through
seconds left.
in that space, and they rotate straight back over. Look at all the utility that's gone from the A side. And King Kappa still finds one more as across his Freak will finally shut him down, but it's a 4 versus 3.
And this is match point. This is series point.
Spike
this is
planted.
so much pressure onto Big at the moment. But they need to find some more kills. Ultra, this is taking a little bit of an unusual engagement. He's the one trying to lead the charge, but now Goliath takes it over. That's the man you want to lead in the front line, but Corpse shuts that down. It's still 2 versus 3. One man advantage for Nerfs. This is exactly where they want to be, but Freaks, he's still alive, and if Freaks is still alive, there's still a huge hope, and there's one
enemy
stage,
remaining.
but now Ditto, he cleans him up, the black hole is there, gets himself a second, and
Attackers
Nerfs,
win.
they will be moving into your grand finals as they take down Big Gaming 2-0, finishing here on Bind.
So does that mean that we have a GDP versus Nerks coming up?
Oh, I think it definitely does mean that.
That is going to be a very fun series. I don't even know who to look towards because they have such different styles of play between the two of them. A nice attempt there. Big Gaming, they kept it close the entire time. But look at that. Freaks at the very top of the scoreboard. 25 kills, 16 deaths. But King Kappa, you can see why he's called the king. He was so effective on Bind. And losing your map pick, losing the enemy's map pick, you know, that can be devastating. But hopefully we get to see Big bounce back soon and see them the next time we have one of these grassroots for these new players, because it's an absolute pleasure to watch them play.
Well, the good news is we might be seeing that tomorrow, because they will be in the bronze match playoffs up against their opponents, Arcadia Celestials. So, you know, they're not done. They're not out. They've still got a game to go. They can still show us what they've made of. But the grand finals, that's where the glory sits with GBP Esports versus Nexon. I can't wait for this matchup tomorrow.
Me neither. I think it's going to be an amazing one. So make sure you guys are there tomorrow as well, because it is going to be a good one. GBP, sorry, versus Nerks. Those are going to be your players for tomorrow for the finals, the grand finals of the Prominence Crown Cup Season 2. We're going to be your casters again for tomorrow as well. So make sure you're there, because I know you love us. And I think that's going to be it for us today. We'll be talking more tomorrow about what we expect from these teams. And, well, as the day goes on, as well as that fight for third as well. And so until then, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure. And until then, have a nice evening.